Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome you to this hall. 10 for 10, we shall be starting up very soon. It is a day we celebrate those very special workforce on planet Earth, those who make the world go round, those who make life easy for those of us on land. The day of the seafarers, to appreciate those who worked during COVID-19 when people were in their houses. As I welcome you, I'd want to quickly announce some safety measures as we settle in. Number one, please try and keep your personal belongings close to you. I know most of us have our smartphones. You can do very well by keeping them very close to you. If you have to go to the convenience, don't hesitate to take them along. Those of us with tablets and handbags, I plead of you, anytime you stand up from your seat, please take them along. Eco Hotel is where we are, and they have told me to announce to you some safety measures. The convenience for us is you do a left, then a right. They are over there. So you can go there to ease yourself. We also have, it's a left, right. In this hall where we are, we have 3 exit points, 2 right and 2 behind. The muster point for a hotel is close to the swimming pool. So that one, you will left and you go down. It's very close to us. You can use it. And if you see anybody that is strange, don't hesitate to call on the security men. You have one standing there. You can see my gentleman over there. And I'm sure we have one over there. So you can call them if you see any strange movement. Say something so that we can nip it in the bud. We welcome you. I'd like to respectfully appreciate and welcome the early birds. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome. You need to talk about employment in the maritime sector. We have an employer of labor. When you talk of vessel owners, he owns one of the largest vessels in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He's the one who is employing seafarers in Nigeria. The chairman of Sea Transport. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Alhaji Aminu Umar. Stand up for recognition, sir. We welcome you, sir. We welcome you. He came in quite early. It shows that he appreciates the role of seafarers. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. I know you always identify with us anytime we have anything to do with seafarers. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to appreciate and welcome from the Nigerian Navy, Commodore Edem Duke. Can we please appreciate our hands? Welcome, sir. Let's welcome you. Welcome, sir. When you talk of the maritime sector, we know that the Navy is a partner in progress. So welcome, sir. I'd want to also acknowledge the presence in our midst. Today, we talk about seafarers, we talk about men and women. And women in the maritime in Africa is here with us. President Wima, Hajia Bola Muse, please stand up for recognition and welcome. Welcome, ma'am. We thank you. I'd like to respectfully appreciate the fact that we have a strong delegation from the Nigerian Merchant Navy Officers and Water Transport Senior Staff Association, led here by the president of the association, Chief Engineer Bob Joseph Yusuf. Please stand up for recognition. Welcome you. He's on the move. You're welcome, sir. I'd like to acknowledge the presence in our midst of some select journalists. Well, thank you, because I know that you play a major role in telling the story of the seafarers. You're welcome. You're welcome. My director is from NIMASA. That is the agency making things happen for seafarers in Nigeria. When everybody talks about seafarers, you know that it is NIMASA that is the government agency responsible for your welfare. Our directors are here. I can see Madam Rita Iguchi, you're welcome, ma'am. Madam Bola Chikendi will welcome you. I have my director, HSC. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. My deputy directors present. You're welcome, sir. I won't introduce Director Maritime Labor Services because he has been moving up and down. You know himself is a seafarer. Gavas, you're welcome, sir. Our cadets, no longer cadets. We say we are now third engineer. Am I right? Am I right? Right or wrong? We're glad to have you. You're welcome. We thank you. Some of us will be collecting certificates today. You're the reason we have come together to appreciate that you have taken this journey to make life better in the quest of making the world go round. You're welcome. Thank you very much. The recognitions will continue, but first I want to appreciate the President General Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. You know, we have peace in the maritime sector. Comrade Prince Adewale Adeyanju, who is ably represented here today, by Comrade Francis Bunu, he's the Deputy President of the Union. Can we please acknowledge him? Stand up for recognition, sir. You're welcome. You're welcome. Still on the way. Okay, you're welcome. We shall be recognizing everybody present in the hall. We thank you for joining us. And for those of you watching out there, joining us via Zoom, joining us via Facebook, we can tell you that you shall be enjoying today because we shall be taking our time through what the seafarers are doing to ensure that life wherever you are is better. Thank you. Welcome. We shall be coming back to take a couple of announcements, but don't forget, I repeat, keep your phones very close to you. Leave your seat. Please go with them. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
The film for her, then I'll forward and give her. You understand? So for me to see that film now, so I should click on this something when it's set for me. There's one link when it's set for me, so I should click on it so I will see the film. Now I don't say I don't download film. So then you are expecting me to download it and forward to you. I said I can't do that, please. Sorry. I said I can't do it. Why don't you download it by yourself here? Don't you have internet? Don't that can't be subscribed for that. So I can't do something there. By my answer, I log out. I do like that. I'm block and delete.
Please mute your mic.
If you pressure click on that link, then you go white. That will begin to monitor your this thing. I block and delete. I delete that.
Once again, I'd like to welcome you to the 2021 Day of the Seafarers celebration in Nigeria with the theme, Fair Future for Seafarers. Truly, you will agree with me that seafarers deserve a fair future. The world goes round because of seafarers, but for them, you could tell, just imagine, look at the hall, look around you, and you can tell that most of the things you have here, 90% of them were imported. And that tells you that the seafarers were responsible for bringing them from wherever they are to Nigeria. We can't thank them enough. A lot of reasons to thank seafarers. Most of us have social lives, but to a large extent, seafarers don't have social lives. Their office is their home. They are out there, not for hours, not for days, not for weeks, but for months, just to make sure that the life for us here is better. So today, we can't help but celebrate and appreciate their contribution to the betterment of our lives. As we continue with the recognition, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you that one of the major employers of seafarers in Nigeria is here with us. We have the managing director of the LLNG Ship Management Limited, Mr. Ahmed Abu Bakar Abul Kadir. You're welcome, sir. Please, can we welcome him? You're welcome, sir. Ahmed Abdul Kadir, you're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Manager HR from NSML, Mr. Henry Agbojan. Can we please welcome him? You're welcome, sir. And we have from the Abuja MOU. At times, I keep seeing him as our own, but he's actually the acting Secretary General, General Secretary of Abuja MOU, Captain Sunday Umoren. Can we please welcome him? You're welcome, sir. Okay, welcome back home. Original seafarer. We have on this table Captain Funsho Oyewo. Can we please welcome him? You're welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. And I'll move to the next table to appreciate someone since I came into industry. I met him. He's a seafarer. When they were trying to get better life, better work conditions for seafarers, talking about the Maritime Labor Convention, MLS 2006, he played a major role. Even when Nigeria went to collect the instrument of ratification in Geneva, Switzerland, we have our own Doyen. He was present. Otumba Kunle Folani. Can we please welcome him? He's going to be talking to us later, and you will appreciate his role because he's passionate about having fair future for seafarers. You're welcome, sir. We shall be continuing the recognitions, but let me go to the table of my directors. We have Mrs. Olamide Odusanya. She just joined us. You're welcome, ma'am. Director Internal Audit Nimasa, we appreciate you. Anselm, you're welcome. Thank you very much, Dr. Anselm Mwanzi. We shall be continuing with the recognitions as our dignitaries come, but I must assure you that we shall be starting off very, very soon. Seafarers are key workers. Seafarers deserve a better future. You know why? Because seafarers risk their lives through piracy and war zone, just for you to have a comfortable life on land. You're welcome. We shall be starting up very soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to announce for the benefit of those just joining us that we need to always keep our personal belongings very close to us. Your wallets, It's the 2021 Day of the Seafarer. Fair feature for seafarers. Director General Nimasa just joined us. That's why I say he's #1 seafarer. You can see him. 2021 Day of the Seafarers. Ladies and gentlemen, DG Nimasa exchanging pleasantries with dignitaries present. We can't help but appreciate the presence of dignitaries in our midst. For those who joined online, we must say thank you very much for your patience. The program is starting in earnest. Today, we shall take our time to appreciate and celebrate those who spend their lives out there on sea to ensure that life on earth is on land is better for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 2021 Day of the Seafarer celebration in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. At the moment, there is exchange of pleasantries as we get set to celebrate the seafarers, those who have chosen to spend most of their life out there on the sea, connecting the continents of the world, just to ensure that the global economy moves on. 2021 Day of the Seafarers in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Members of WISTA and WIMA are well represented. They are much on ground to join us to celebrate our seafarers. DG Nimasa is taking time to appreciate their presence. Dr. Bashir Jamo. Today is the day we'll take our time to draw attention to the efforts of the seafarers in ensuring that the world is a better place for us to live in. Cadets who are now third engineer from the NSDP program of NIMASA, fully seated. Members of NIMASA management, fully seated. And for those of you out there watching us, I know you are very much with us in the course of this program. We welcome you as we are about to start off this event for today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 Day of the Seafarers celebration in the Federal Republic of Nigeria with the theme, Fair Future for Seafarers Globally. You'll be wondering why we're celebrating today. This day is set aside by the United Nations through the International Maritime Organization, IMO, for the world to come together and appreciate seafarers. Seafarers who follow toughest regulations and laws, seafarers who face extreme health hazard, seafarers who work the most without basic rights, seafarers who spend most of their life on sea just to ensure that life is good for us on land. Seafarers are the high risk of criminalization and abandonment while performing their duties. You could see reasons why IMO says we should come together on the 25th of June every year to appreciate seafarers. Can we please put a round of applause for these distinguished workers? And on this note, I'd want to respectfully appreciate and welcome dignitaries who have found time to join us in-house. I'd like to start with the man I like to describe as the #1 seafarer in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Last year, when COVID pandemic was there, some administrations didn't know what to do. But in Nigeria, NIMASA, under his watch, was the very first to declare seafarers as essential workers to enable their movement. Not just that, he made a commitment to ensuring the safety of seafarers out there on the sea. Severally, the IMO has commended us, culminating in the fact that a few weeks back, Nigeria had the birth of the Deep Blue Project. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Yusuf Chamo. Can we please welcome him? DG NIMASA. Do I need to tell you he's a seafarer? Do I need to tell you? Please appreciate him, Jerry. Once more, I like his outfit. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Ministry of Transportation is fully involved in the welfare of seafarers. Not only did the Honorable Minister send words across, he also sends a personal representation. Honorable Minister of Transportation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Rotimi Chiwike Amechi, is ably represented here today by the Deputy Director of Maritime Safety in the ministry, Mr. Austin Makama. Can we please appreciate him? Stand up for recognition. You're welcome, sir. I'd want to remain on the same table and recognize the presence of the man who sees to the day-to-day implementation of cabotage services in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Executive Director, Maritime Labor and Cabotage Services. Let's welcome our own Executive Director who worked all through the night to ensure that this program comes very well, Engineer Victor Oche. Can we please welcome him? You're welcome, sir. Sitting next to him, I'd like to recognize and welcome our Executive Director Operations in NIMASA, Malam Shehu Ahmed. Can we please welcome him? I'd like to remain on the same table and appreciate one man who I've known for several years. He's been here more than 3 decades. He's fully on ground when it comes to seafarers' welfare. He's the president of Seafarers Welfare Board, Otumba Kunle Folari. Can we please welcome him, sir? I'd like to move to the next table and appreciate the presence in our midst of some past Director Generals of NIMASA, Barrister Temisa Almashaye. Can we please welcome him? You're welcome, sir. Sitting next to him is Dr. Ade Dosumu. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the man. Today we talk about NSDP. His administration was the origination. Thank you very much. I'd like to also appreciate and welcome Aminu Umar, CEO Sea Transport. Let's welcome him. You're welcome, sir. Dr. Mark George Young. Yes, we appreciate and welcome President of Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. I'd want to cross over to appreciate the presence of women. We have the President, WISTA, Mrs. Eunice Ezeoke. We're welcome. We recognize your presence. You're welcome, sir. We have barely 2% of seafarers are women, but their association says we want more ladies in the business of seafaring. We welcome you, and we also appreciate the presence of the President of WIMA, Bola Muse. Can we please welcome you? You're welcome, Mara. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take my time to also appreciate the President General of the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, represented by Henry Ode. You're welcome. Abuja MOU is a major component of seafaring business. We have Captain Sunday Umoren. Can we please welcome him, the Acting Secretary General. The Managing Director of the Nigerian NLNG Ship Management Limited. They are major employers of seafarers in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Ahmed Abdul Kadri. Can we please appreciate and welcome him? Let me at this junction appreciate all seafarers in the house, my directors from NIMASA, members of the members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We shall continue with recognition as we go in the course of the program, but it's time for us to be formally welcome. I'd like to respectfully invite to the microphone. But before then, let's commit this program into the hands of the Almighty. We shall first of all rise for the national anthem. May we rise, please. May we remain standing for the national prayers. We shall recite the second stanza. 1, 2, go. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide our leaders right. Help our use the truth to know. Love and honesty to grow. And live in just and truth. Great lofty heights attain. Build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. Can we take our seats, please? It is time for us to be formally welcomed to the program. When he came on board, he says, maritime safety, security, and shipping development shall be the fulcrum of his administration. Working with his team, he's thinking of a fair future for seafarers, where their security is assured. Today, from the data available, you can tell that we are on the right direction. I will not be talking too much, but to humbly invite to the microphone for his welcome address, the Director General, CEO NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Yusuf Jamu. Can we please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you very much. The former Directors Generals and my bosses, Dr. Adid Sumo, I'm calling their names on the basis of seniority. Dr. Adid Sumo and Temisan Omishai. These are my bosses that they have been contributing their own quota to the development of the agency. You're welcome. Then I want to believe that he's a representative of the managing director of the LNG. They are here fully present. I don't think if it's necessary for me because I'm overwhelmed. If I start mentioning names, I may not be able to get to the root of the matter. So probably I will grab your indulgence to recognize all other parties here present by their own association. First of all, let me appreciate my colleagues in the executive management, the executive director, operation, Malan Shehu Ahmad, the executive director, maritime labor and cabotage services, whom department and divisions call all of us to be here this morning. And then the ship owners, also without them, we may not be here and we don't have any business to be here. I would like to recognize each and every one of you. I have seen number of our ex-staff who contributed their own best for the development of seafarers in this country. And that group is headed by Captain Alao. He has been in the agency for quite some times. And I can see a number of them that I don't have to mention their names. So you are also recognized. I can see the representative of Merchants Marine and the also group of NSDP sponsored student by NIMASA. I can see a lot of private operators in terms of capacity building. I can see the managing director of Elkins, who is one of the major providers to complement what the government is doing at Maritime Academy Oron. And numerous other representatives here. I can also recognize Stepney, who is one of the, investors from Greece. I can see him and his colleagues here. We appreciate you here. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, sorry, day and night, when you open your social media, these patriots Nigerians, they are always working hard to see they disseminate information and change the mindset and the thinkings of Nigerians about this industry. And they didn't leave the seafarers behind. That's the gentlemen of the press. We quite appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I was called to welcome you here, and I will just do that. That's why I don't have any paper with me. I will try my possible best to welcome you to your own satisfaction. So if you are not satisfied, please do tell me. As I said earlier, this morning I was reading the news and I discovered that one of the officials of Lloyd's made a statement with regards to my speech during the commissioning of Deep Blue Project, where I urged the international community to think once again on the issue of war risk against Nigeria. And what he said was that they will continue to charge Nigeria war risk. And he made mention that there are lots to be done in terms of ensuring safety of our seafarers and vessels within the Gulf of Guinea and Nigerian state. He went ahead to say that, yes, they do recognize and appreciate the contribution and investments of Nigerian government that has to do with the provisions of platforms to arrest the issue of piracy within Nigeria and Gulf of Guinea. Ladies and gentlemen, my take home on this statement by this gentleman is that the international community, they are listening to us. Since they can provide an answer to what we are saying, we will continue to address our own plea on the issue of war risk. One, Nigeria is not at war. If they decide to classify Nigeria because of piracy as a risk zone or try to collect the issue of war premium risk, having accepted that we invested much, having appreciated the contribution we made so far, and having accepted that there are progress when it comes to the issue of maritime insecurity, that signifies that then something needs to be done. What we are saying here, did those people that sat down to agree that they will slam Nigeria war risk insurance premium benchmark Nigeria? If they benchmark Nigeria, and today they are telling us that, yes, you made progress, then that means certain portion of that war risk must be dropped. So my take-home pay on this, Nigeria is making progress. The issue of war risk is only one. The reputation of Nigeria is in question. Always and every day we attack the most dangerous waters to trade in terms of shipping in the world. Now that we are making progress, can we continue to be the most dangerous waters to trade? If such things continue, the investors will continue to feel should change, and they will continue to melt injustice to this great country. We are working round the clock to change the narrative. And the international community, the IMO, and other pressure groups, they are all recognizing our own effort. And in this statement, they also recognized our own effort. So the poor masses on the street should not be made to pay the price of very few individuals that decided to melt certain integrity of this country and reputation just like that. We are more than 200 million in Nigeria. If you take statistics, those young people that are doing this kind of mischiefs and criminal act, they are not up to 1,200. Why the integrity of the entire country be dragged into mud? And we are being called the most dangerous waters to trade in the world. So we will continue to do our best. And we are not saying that there is no problem. We know there is a problem. We recognize the problem. And that is why Mr. President was present himself to tell the international community, yes, I know there is a problem, and I'm handling that problem. And this is what I have done so far. And we will continue to do it. On our part, we will continue to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, all these things is because of Seafarers. It's because we are concerned of the life and well-being of Seafarers, and we will continue to do that. The last year's event took place during the peak of pandemic, and the Seafarers decided to sacrifice their life and well-being. While everybody was at home, we were asked to remain at home. These brave ladies and gentlemen, they continue to move around the world to ensure the issue of medicine and other essentials didn't suffer. And they have achieved that to a large extent. Today, that is why the theme of the Nigerian Seafarers, the change, fair treaty for the future. So in so doing, we are now looking up to the future of the seafarers. On our part, what are we doing to ensure that we protect these seafarers? Just 2-3 weeks ago, on 10th, 2 weeks ago exactly, Mr. President commissioned the Deep Blue Project, first of its kind in the West and Central Africa. And the international community recognized such efforts, and they are behind us. In addition to that, Nigeria championed the issue of shared Gulf of Guinea. We have seen the problems of Indian Ocean. When the Indian Ocean was first reckoned with on the issue of piracy, the shared was the solution. The Gulf of Aden also, that was the solution as well. And Nigeria, we decided to champion that, and that was done by NIMASA and the Nigerian Navy. Today, the international community, everybody in his own mouth has something to say about the shared Gulf of Guinea. In addition to that, we continue to invest largely on the issue of human element, that is the human capacity building. We have gone so far. So far, we train not less than 2,500. And that is why always when you are in the position of authority and responsibility, you try to be focused on what you do, because whatever you do will be there for you. Today, the issue of National Seafarers Development Program is no longer a kind of legacy by those who introduced the program. It becomes a kind of heritage. Today, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency and Nigeria at large inherited the National Seafarers Development Program, masterminded, initiated, and executed by one of us here, nobody other than Dr. Adedisumo. Dr. Adedisumo, can you stand up, please, for recognition? This gentleman, the product you see in white uniform, that is the initiator. And he was the one that executed it. We thank you so very much on behalf of the Nigerian people. Today, these 2,500 that we train, they are not from Southwest, neither from one area, but the entire country benefited and will continue to benefit from it. This serves a challenge to all of us that in the position of authority and leadership, you try to introduce something that tomorrow, when you are not there, people will have something to pinpoint and say, this is what he has done. I have mentioned Dr. Adedisumo. I can't forget Mr. Temisan Omoshai. In the last 15 days to 20 days, I can't pick my phone with ease. Why? Everybody is scrambling to get employed in the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. And why? Today, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency can be counted as one of the 5 fingers in terms of welfare in this country. And that particular initiatives was done by nobody other than Temisan Omoshai. Please, Temisan Omoshai, can you please stand up for recognition? These are few things that we can look at and recognize. The issue of seafarers' welfare, I cannot forget to mention Mr. Otumba Kule Polare. Mr. Otumba Kule Polare, can you please stand up? This is somebody that I consider a father and also an encyclopedia of the Nigerian maritime industry. Touch every topic. Chief Otumba Polarin can be able to address that issue for you even at sleep. We also recognize and appreciate you. I will also not forget to mention the contributions of the captains of the industries, like Captain Alao, Captain Tayo, and then Malang Aminu Umar, Dr. Unyong, my brother. These are ship owners that also invested heavily to get ships to make sure that they employ Nigerians and serve in their own ships. There are so many of them here. To those that I did not recognize, please forgive me, but we are giving you special recognition and thank you for the provisions of this employment to Nigerians. Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency continues to remain first to reckon with in terms of welfare. Beside the training of the seafarers, the issue of their employment and dispute we have been at the forefront. I know there are a lot of jobs to be done when it comes to the issue of the seafarers' welfare, but we are getting there. It was on the basis of that, I would like to appreciate men and women that we train, most of them giving us pride in this country. Let me, in particular, recognize Ms. Carnos Robinson. Can you stand up, please? This lady, she's one of the first female captain of ships in Nigeria. She has done us pride. She made first class in her own course of studies. And today she emerged the first female captain in this country. She's now working with a private firm in this, under the MPS, I think, arrangement, PPP arrangement. But I would like to announce the special employment offer to this young lady from today. In order to encourage others to do the best, today you are part of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. On the issue of welfare of the seafarers, I would like to announce, in conjunction with the labor leaders, we'll make sure that we provide a standard welfare where each and every one of you can go and unwind when you are out there from the sea. This will have to leave a solid foundation for the seafarers to be there and while away themselves, including learning and development in that particular things that we intend to build. So from today, we will start liaising with your leaders to make sure that we ensure that you are well kept whenever you are out of your own ships. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm not here to occupy the entire time. I would like to appreciate each and every one of you, and I thank you, I welcome you, and wish you safe journey back to your various destinations. Thank you once again.
We can make it louder, ladies and gentlemen. This speech gave someone a job in Nimasa. We can make it louder. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the NSDP program is now a heritage. We can make it a standing ovation. You heard it. The international community should appreciate the fact that Nigeria is doing so much. So war risk insurance firm payment, the status must change. Let's appreciate the DGCO Nimasa and his team for a job well done. You're welcome, sir. Please let's be seated. Nimasa is in safe hands. That is why we have him as a captain of the MV Nimasa, moving steadily in the right direction. At this junction, I'd like to respectfully invite the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his speech. He actually took time to send us some words we shall be sharing later. But at the moment, his written text will be read by the Deputy Director, Maritime Safety in the Federal Ministry of Transportation. Join me to welcome to the microphone Mr. Austin Makama to deliver the minister's speech. Can we please welcome him?
The Director General, Nimasa, past Dr. Bashir Yusuf Jamo, other past directors, generals of the same agency, chief executive officers of all maritime agencies here present, executive directors, Nimasa and other maritime agencies, National Presidentship Owners Association of Nigeria, National President Nigerian Merchant Navy Officers and Water Transport Senior Staff Association, President General Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, Chairman Association of Mining and Crewing Agents of Nigeria, Chairman National Seafarers Welfare Board. Seafarers here, present, all maritime stakeholders, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of us here to this special occasion on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Honorable Rotimi Chukwueke Amechi, who is unavoidably absent in this gathering to celebrate our seafarers. This is due to other national engagements. He has therefore mandated me to represent him and the ministry to deliver his address and goodwill message to this important gathering. I therefore present as mandated. It is my honor and privilege to be part of this year's Day of the Seafarer celebration, a day set aside every year by the International Maritime Organization, IMO, for member states and maritime stakeholders to honor or celebrate the seafarers in recognition of their tremendous contribution to international seaborne trade and the global economy. It is globally known that about 90% of the world's goods are transported by sea. The seas also serve as major economic base and business hub for many multinational oil and gas organizations. At the center of these activities are the seafarers who contend with perils of the seas and sometimes put their lives on the line just to ensure that goods are safely delivered at designated ports. This is one of the reasons we celebrate the Seafarers every year. The theme for this year's celebration, Fair Future for Seafarers, which is quite apt. It may be pertinent to note that seafarers went through a lot of challenges and made personal sacrifice at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted into lockdowns and restrictions of movement in most countries of the world. Several seafarers could not see their family members for months as a result of the inability of shipping companies to effect crew changes due to the lockdowns and restrictions. Most seafarers that were sick and could not easily access medical help, even though the United Nations had recommendations of the IMO declared, the United Nations on the recommendations of the IMO declared the seafarers essential workers and urged every nations of the world to treat them as such. Yet the seafarers were the people making sure those medical supplies and other essentials got to their destination. I think the seafarers deserve a round of applause for this selfless service, please. I am, however, glad to inform you that Nigeria, as a member state of the IMO, was one of the first countries to declare seafarers essential workers in order to ease their sufferings. The nation, through the Federal Ministry of Transportation and its agencies, will continue to ensure that government policies are tailored towards improving the welfare and working conditions of the seafarers in line with international standard and statutory conventions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to also reiterate government commitment to ensure that our maritime domain is safe and secure for seafarers working on ships transiting through our waterways. In this regard, the federal government in year 2017 approved a contract to Messrs. HLS International for the provision of integrated maritime security architecture, the Deep Blue project, to help combat these maritime criminalities that hinder the security of crew members. The award of this contract has resulted in launching the Deep Blue project by Mr. President few days ago. In addition, Nigeria now has an anti-piracy law to prosecute maritime offenders. Therefore, as we celebrate the Seafarers Day, let us further identify and provide workable solutions to the issues that will still be relevant to the seafarers after the pandemic, such as fair treatment, living, and working conditions of the seafarers, etc. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful and joyous celebration. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. The speech of the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. We shall be going on to the goodwill messages. The very first one shall be from His Excellency Kitak Lim. But before we take that, I'd want to respectfully appreciate and acknowledge the presence in our midst of some dignitaries. Kitak Lim is the next goodwill message. But for now, please permit me to acknowledge that we have representing the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council. We have immediate past Hassan Bello, incoming Emmanuel Jime, representing NSC is Mrs. Ifoma Ezine. We appreciate and welcome you. From the National Nigerian Merchant Navy, we have Engineer Joseph Yusu. We appreciate and welcome you. From the Nigerian Navy, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Commodore Edem Duke. We welcome and acknowledge your presence. We also want to appreciate and acknowledge the presence of the representative of the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Mohammed Bello Koko, represented by Captain Garba Gajeri. You're welcome, sir. We acknowledge. And we also want to acknowledge the representative of the Maritime Academy of Oron, Rector Commodore Duja Efedwa, is represented by Mrs. Titi Imogore. Welcome, ma'am. While the DG was making his speech, our Executive Director, Admin and Finance in Nimasa joined us, Honorable Chudi Affordili. Please stand up for recognition as we welcome you, sir. It is time for us to go to London to join His Excellency Kita Klim, the Secretary General of the IMO, for his goodwill message to seafarers on this special day.
Seafarers have always been at the heart of the world trade. Their work touches the lives of each and every one of us, whether it is the food on our tables, the medicine that keep us healthy, the computers we are using for work and leisure, or the vehicles that transport us in our daily lives. All these items are primarily transported by sea. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic created challenging working conditions, including difficulties with the port access, repatriation, crew changes, and more. Unfortunately, there are still too many seafarers that have not been able to leave ships for an extended period beyond their contract, and others have been unable to join ships in order to earn a living. Despite these difficulties, seafarers have gone beyond the call of duty, working tirelessly to keep global trade flowing. IMO and our partners are doing our part to support seafarers and make sure that they are given the rights and protections of key workers. This includes priority vaccination and ease of travel. Last year, on the Day of the Seafarers, the IMO asked the world to recognize seafarers are key workers. Many countries have answered that call. However, the crew change crisis is far from being resolved. We all must keep seafarers in our hearts and continue to take action that will return seafaring to normal practices for crew changes. So this year, we are calling for a fair future for seafarers. Our 2021 Day of the Seafarers campaign builds on the progress we have made to support seafarers on pandemic-related challenges. It aims to draw global attention to other areas where fairness is important. This includes a safe and secure environment on ships, reasonable working conditions, fair treatment in all situations, as well as respect for the rights of all, regardless race, gender, and religion. I'm especially pleased that IMO will be amplifying the voices of seafarers themselves as they discuss what a fairer future would look like to them under the hashtag Fair Future for Seafarers. Seafarers, we are listening, and we will make sure you are heard. If you are seafarers, I encourage you to participate in this discussion and share your vision for a fair future. And if you are a part of the maritime industry or beneficiary of the services of seafarers, I ask you to listen to their words, show your appreciation, and take action to create a better world for seafarers who do so much for all of us.
His Excellency Kita Klim, seafarers do so much for all of us. The message is clear: fair future for seafarers. And in Nigeria, we say it's fair future for seafarers means let's rethink the issue of war risk insurance premium paid, because if that's removed, there truly will be a fair future for seafarers in Nigeria. Thank you very much. We shall be taking the next goodwill message coming from the Nigerian Ports Authority. I'd like to invite the representative of the MD, Captain Garba Garaje, to please come to the microphone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start on existing protocol. The Managing Director has not prepared speech, but I have scribbled some notes that I would like to share with all of us. My name is Captain Garba M. Gajuri. I'm a Master Mariner and from the Harbors Department of the MPA. I would like to first ask us this question. Why are we here? Does it want us to be here? And did what NIMASA did good enough for us to be here? And the question is, the answer to this question which is not far from the reality that the whole world is structured such a way that where you have resources and a place where the need for those resources a place, they're quite separated. And it's covered 70% by the sea. As a result of that, the need for shipping services becomes part of our daily life because we have to move these raw materials to where they are needed. We also have to move finished goods to where consumption is also needed. As of today, before coming here, I checked on the Clarkson Shipping Intelligence Network, and we have the global shipping fleet is around 99,832. That is for ships that are more than 100 gross tonnage and above. And this total the deadweight capacity of 2.127.5 million. Overall, these ships need to be manned by seafarers. And the UNCTAD 2020 report indicates that we have plus 2 million seafarers, as in 2 million human beings working on board the ship to provide us with those things we need to survive in our day-to-day living. Overall, as the representative of the Minister of Transport said, 90% of international traded goods in volumes are being shipped through the sea. And you look at last year, during the COVID-19, a lot of us, according as the DG of NIMASA rightly said, we are at home, we are asked to stay at home, but these few individuals kept on going. They ensure that to keep the world economy open. Those things we need, those medicals, these face masks we're using, all brought by seafarers. And if you look at our own case in the Nigerian Port Authority, we look at the statistics of number of conventional vessels we received from at year 2019, and we compare it with the number of conventional vessels we received last year. And you find out that the drop is just 2.5%. It's not much, which means that the number of seafarers that worked through 2019, almost the same number of seafarers worked last year. These men and women really put their life on the line to make us be where you are today. I would like to recognize and appreciate the management of Nigerian, the NIMASA, for organizing this event. I want to also congratulate the seafarers for today. I wish us happy celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Nigerian Port Authority acknowledges and appreciates the role of seafarers in the global economy. Why are we celebrating seafarers today? Seafarers follow toughest regulations and laws. Seafarers face extreme health hazards. These are facts. The chairman of Senate Committee on Marine Transport, His Excellency Senator Danjuma Goje, has a message for seafarers.
Members of the Senate Committee on Marine Transport, and indeed members of the National Assembly, as well as Nigerians, I would like to congratulate the seafarers on this year's celebration of the anniversary of the formation of the organization. as well known, they are the bedrock of the international economy. There will be no international threat, and indeed real development worldwide, without the ships crisscrossing the international waters. And this is not possible without the direct participation of the seafarers. It is a matter of joy that you people have found yourselves, you have realized your importance to the economy, and you have formed yourself into this serious association of seafarers. I would like to assure you that we on our part, as members of the National Assembly, we are ready anytime, any day, to support you in the struggle for the upliftment of your welfare. We are ready to give you whatever support that you need. And indeed, I'm sure, not only the National Assembly, any right-thinking Nigerian, particularly those manning the key institutions connected with the seafarers' welfare, particularly the Nigerian Port Authority, the NIMASA, Shippers Council, and other key institutions. I'm sure they cannot afford to play. They cannot afford to play or downplay or neglect your welfare. I want to once more congratulate you and wish you happy celebrations for this year's Seafarers Day. Thank you, and God bless your organization. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The National Assembly is committed to fair future for seafarers in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go to the private sector. We've been in the public sector. Mr. Chairman, permit me to invite the MD of the LLNG Ship Management Limited, Mr. Ahmed Abdul Kadri, to please step forward for his goodwill message. Can we please welcome him, please? They employ seafarers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stay on existing protocols. For us, I think today is actually a celebration, not just for seafarers, but every one of us involved in the maritime trade. The International Seafarers Day and the theme this year, a fair future for seafarers, I think is apt. Apt because last year when we celebrated it, the IMO actually came up with a theme recognizing seafarers as essential workers, as key workers. And I think that was critical. Critical in the sense that you need to recognize the sacrifices that this group of individuals actually go through to keep the world moving. And the lockdowns of last year, the pandemic last year brought that to the fore, because they kept the world moving whilst everybody was at home, locked down. They kept moving, they kept delivering, they kept moving from one location to the other, despite the challenges of the pandemic. And I think that was something that we all need to recognize. So that visibility, I think, is quite key. But then what do we do next? I think moving towards ensuring a fair future for seafarers is quite critical. And critical in the sense that it's about ensuring that from training to service and to retirement, that seafarers actually take their rightful places in this society. It's about equity. It's about recognition. It's about ensuring that when they go to work, they're able to go back home safely, have an earned living, and are able to live comfortably after their service. We in NSML, which I dare say is today one of the largest single employers of seafarers in Nigeria, with over 600 seafarers in our books, recognize that. And that was why we came up quite early with what we call the Sustainable Employee Value Proposition. And that is really about recognizing the environment that seafarers operate, their condition of service, their training, their development, and most importantly, what happens to them after they leave service. We've put in place certain policies and procedures that will ensure that. And it's something that we're quite proud about. It's something that we continue to evaluate and we continue to develop in conjunction with the unions, with the seafarers themselves, so that we can continue really to put the seafarers in their rightful places as critical to the world economy. And this day, it's not about just celebrating today, it's about living the commitment today. It's about ensuring that we move from here into the future, recognizing that seafarers deserve a fair future, both during and post their service. And on that basis, I really want to congratulate all seafarers and everybody and wish everyone a wonderful World Seafarers Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. They employ seafarers, and they've assured us that we have a fair future for seafarers. The Honorable Minister of Transportation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, we've had his speech, but he believes so much in fair future for seafarers. He actually took his time to personally send a message. Before we take the message, I just want to inform you that seafarers risk their lives through piracy and war zone, just for the comfort of you sitting in this hall. Let's take the message from the Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi.
Private and public entrepreneurs who manage the vessels, who engage in trade facilitation and trading activities, must ensure that those who aid them in achieving that objective are very well treated. So it's not enough to put a man on the boat and take him to such far places like China, India, and don't take care of him. So I just think that those who own those vessels, including government, those who manage the processes, should know that these people are critical factors to the success of trade facilitation and trading activity. For instance, let's assume you produce food produce from Ghana and you need to move it to Nigeria. The seafarers will be involved. Let's assume you produce cars in China and you need to send it to Nigeria. The seafarers will be involved. So you can't ask if they contribute to the economy. They do. If you yank them off the economy may not collapse, but may not be as progressive as it needs to be. The government does not have vessels. So government can say, look, we'll increase your salary because of the vessels that we have. But government can say that what the we'll ensure that the policies we make at least attract the minimum best living condition for them. That is, all those who operate vessels in our territory, in our water, must ensure they meet those conditions that government will put in place through NIMASA as a policy, so that at least they are able to cater for their well-being and that of their families, especially because most times they are out of their families. So let them know that we recognize the contribution they make to the economy and we're not going to let them down.
That is the personal message from the Honorable Minister. He says, we are not gonna let them down. And he mentioned NIMASA a couple of times, meaning he's supervising NIMASA to get the desired result for a fair future for seafarers in Nigeria. Let's appreciate the Honorable Minister once more. I'd like to come to Lagos and invite the representative from the Nigerian Shippers Council, Mrs. Ifeoma Ezedinma, to please step forward. Mrs. Ezedinma, we have you in the hall, please. Okay, I will be moving to the next. Dr. Mark George Oyong, Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. They are the ones who employ seafarers. President Swan. Let's welcome him, please. Today we celebrate seafarers, those who are most of the time out there on the water. Ship owners in Nigeria. The doctor, you're welcome, sir.
Now, no go clap for me again. Thank you very much. It's a very special day. I don't have much to say. I'm very very happy with the message of the Honorable Minister, because we're a little bit sad when the Deep Sea Blue project was launched. You know, he has recognized that the people who are working in the waters are really good people. So give him a big round of applause. We are very good people because we ensure that seafarers transport all the goods and make sure that the world economy is running properly. As for ship owners, we are very, very happy to associate with them. Actually, we stay in our comfort zones in our houses and sleep at night in air-conditioned beds, and they are out there working. I want you to give them a big round of applause. I also want to say that we treat them as members of our families. And that is why if anything happens to them, just like the proverbial Bible story goes, that we leave everything to look for that one ship that is lost. And we pay all kinds of ransom. And I'm glad that the Deep Blue project is a step forward, that we are going to be able to secure their safety so that when we hire them, we will be able to make sure that we send them back home to meet their families. Having said that, I want to say that my gentleman that has just spoken about LNG, you know, is very, very, we have to do some calculation. If we're training 2,500 people and then the highest employer of labor is having 600 of them hired, it means that we need more ships. So ship owners require that we should be in a better position to train them properly and give them jobs so that they'll be gainfully employed. I'm also very happy that we understand the whole world should be rejoicing that we have seafarers, because without seafarers, I used to say something before, but I want to tweet it around this time. Without seafarers, there is no shipping. And without shipping, there is no shopping. Without seafarers, there is no shipping. Without shipping, there is no shopping. So on that note, I want to say congratulations. We continue to be with you. We continue to stay with you and make sure that you grow as you do this job. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Without seafarers, there is no shipping. Without shipping, there is no shopping. For our women who like shopping, please appreciate these seafarers. And the men too who like shopping, appreciate our seafarers. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from the minister. The Minister of State also sends her voice. She says seafarers are not only key workers, she also appreciates the fact that seafarers deserve a fair future. Senator Gbemisola Saraki, Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Transportation.
Firstly, without a doubt, seafarers, especially in this part of the world, seem to have to keep knocking their heads and pushing for recognition and realization by all, not just the sector, by all, of the importance that they play within an economy and in daily livelihoods of so many people. In the past, as you know, there have been issues and problems with training for them. There have been issues and problems with working conditions. Sadly to say, a lot of those issues have not been resolved as of today. And then on top of that, they had, I mean, all of us had a really bad 2020, but they in particular, theirs was just not easy because most of us were so consumed in our own personal and collective problems that a lot of them were stuck at sea. They're stuck out at sea for so long, far away from family and friends. So you can imagine the trauma in which they must have gone through, because I know what it's like not having being with my own family. And bearing in mind, a lot of our seafarers are young seafarers. I can imagine at that age having to deal with such. So we must commend them and for that. And as I said before, they keep saying that one of the bravest people in the world are seafarers, because you don't define them by how many times they've been out to sea, but how many storms they've weathered. So I am grateful and appreciate and applaud them on behalf of everybody in Nigeria, the government and literally everybody in Nigeria, the fact that they survived it, they went through that ordeal and they've come out of it. I hope and pray that they will have learned some personal life lessons. At the same time, I know that we will also have learned lessons from what happened to them during a pandemic, so that going forward in future, if such should happen, not necessarily a pandemic, but anything should break out, we know how best to deal with them. So issues like how they're registered, information, how to get in touch with them to know exactly where everybody is becomes very critical. You and I will know that a lot of seafarers come back and tell you of some harrowing conditions, and I think they would not change if people or vessel owners are not sanctioned. So we need to protect our seafarers by ensuring that their working conditions is the same as their fellow European or American or whatever. A seafarer is a seafarer, irrespective of where you come from, and there's standards of what is expected, and they should get that. So those are the things I think we should fight for. So you have, like I mentioned, fair pay, working conditions, and we talk about issues like training. To all the seafarers, I congratulate you once again and wish you happy Seafarers Day. You are greatly appreciated, and we will, as always, strive very hard to do our best to ensure that you can all grow individually, collectively, and as a nation.
You see, I like the fact that I didn't have to ask for the round of applause. The message is clear. Seafarers deserve a better future. Distinguished Senator Gbemisola Saraki, thank you very much, ma'am, for those encouraging words. I shall be going on to the next goodwill message from the Nigerian Merchant Navy. The president of the association is here. Engineer Bob Yusuf, please step forward. Let's welcome you. I like the uniform.
I stand on an existing protocol, but I just want to appeal to NIMASA. If today is our birthday, it's our day, at least there is need for we to have expressed one or two of our feeling to our fathers, because ship owners are here, the regulatory bodies are here. So please just give me 1 minute. Let me be able to send the message my seafarer out there asked me to give to you. Thank you. On behalf of Nigerian Merchant Navy Officer and Water Transport Senior Staff Association, I, Chief Engineer Bob Yoswo, the National President of our great association, express my profound gratitude to NIMASA for the great honor bestowed on me to deliver on this august occasion. The International Day of Seafarer was first celebrated in Nigeria on the 25th of June, 2011. How have we been able to appreciate and recognize the invaluable contribution of the seafarer with the sacrifice and lifetime energy and abandon their family for the world to have a better life? Today is another opportunity to celebrate seafarers in line with their contribution to the growth and development of the global economy, who, despite the outbreak of the deadly disease COVID-19, continue to discharge their duty effectively. For the shipping industry to succeed and be better, its future lies in the hand of seafarers. Since about 90% of the trade volume is being carried out by them, how serious and sincere are we in preparing our seafarer to meet up this responsibility and obligation? It is no more news that we now live in a very challenging time occasioned by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, which has almost ruined the world economy aground. with attendant result of unpaid salary, wages, slash in salary, allowances, unimaginable rates, termination of employment without pay. Despite the odd, it is gratifying that the seafarer are demonstrated firmness in discharge of their duty, discharge of their responsibility to keep the ship moving, so that the entire world economy won't go aground. I thank you all seafarers. I want to use the opportunity to appreciate NIMASA for a good gesture towards us and the agent's swift response in ensuring that the federal government of Nigeria declare Nigerian seafarer as essential worker. Thank you. It is germane at this point to raise awareness of the needs for the world to recognize seafarer role on this planet as they go about all over the world, to ensure that all essential and vital commodity which man depend upon for livelihood are transported to their doorstep. Today, the influx of foreigner in our cabotage regime pose unemployment to Nigerian seafarer. This is not a good development for us as a nation. This issue of Nigerian seafarer not engaged by our ship owners should be of concern to us. Nigerian Maritime Academy Oron as today has been upgraded and can produce seafarers that stand the test of time. Oron graduates are academically sound to serve on board our vessels. So we urge Nigerian government to look inward to train our cadets and also provide training vessels. The following are some of the issues NIMASA as a matter of urgency should look into. Mental care. The mental health challenges among seafarers is rising. NIMASA should ensure that the ship owner, managers and charterers take mental health of seafarers seriously. Abandonment and repatriation. NIMASA should lead a global crusade against ship abandonment. Wreck and abandoned vessel should be off our waterway. Unpaid wages. NIMASA should come to the aid of Nigerian seafarer by letting the ship owner know that the importance of wages payment, unemployment. NIMASA should put seafarer first before its foreign counterpart in waiver consideration. Criminalization. Seafarers should not be criminalized and punished for following the order of the ship owner, manager, and charterers. Fair hearings should be given to them. National career. NIMASA should consider going under partnership for a public-private partnership to acquire vessels for training and commercial purpose. Certificate of competency. Action should be expedited by the Committee of COC to remove every bottleneck on NIMASA issue COC, NCV. Bilateral agreement. NIMASA to sign bilateral agreement with more countries to enhance the ability of our seafarer holding our COC to get placement and recognition. Piracy. The Deep Blue Sea project is laudable, applaudable. NIMASA should collaborate with the union on this great initiative. We appreciate NIMASA for the current arrangement of placing cadets on board vessels for their sea time, but it is better option if the resources for this purpose are geared towards having national fleets that can serve both commercial and training purposes. Above all, to train officers in some advanced courses, as well as the union executive for better performance. Mr. DG, sir, the speech today is a wake-up call. NIMASA can do better. Let us examine ourselves, improve our area we have not done well, and also carry the union, the two unions and other stakeholders along on issues that border on the welfare and well-being of Nigerian seafarer and maritime industry. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Bobby. So he raised some issues just to ensure that we have fair future for seafarers in Nigeria. The beauty of it, as you've circulated your speech, we have the NIMASA executive management on ground, and we also have our directors who will see that these issues are addressed. Thank you. We have much time has been spent, so we'll just do short, 1 minute. Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. Isoleto. Isoleto. Africa. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity for. And you might.
Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Isoleto, Africa, Aluta. I stand on the existing protocol. On behalf of Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, I believe I'm representing my President General of Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, who is currently in other national assignment. Sir, for we as seafarers, as ratings, as Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria, we have taken a stand as a union, sir. Sir, talk is cheap. Every year we come here on this podium, we speak all sorts of grammar for seafarers, celebrating seafarer, talking all sorts of beautiful things for seafarers, sir. We should be able to ask ourselves, are we doing the right thing, sir? How many companies are yes, sir, right, who have even a collective bargaining agreement, which NIMASA is directly responsibility? How many companies or how many training facilities do we have that can compete with international best global practice? Name one company that who has contained seafarer that who IMO or ILO can recognize, or other countries that can recognize. Sir, the seafarers are not happy. We should be frank with you, sir. Fine, the master is doing their best. I saw the minister greeting seafarer, the junior minister greeting seafarer. Sir, talk is cheap. The truth is bitter. The bitter is that the seafarer is crying in this country. But we are moving like people who doesn't have father, who doesn't have mother. No facilities to train us, no better condition of service that which we feel that supposed to be in this industry as a standard to compete with our foreigners. Which company here can come out, even in your program, sir? I saw company that you put in your program to give lectures. Ask them, sir, did they ever have even a CBA in their company, sir? We always encourage the armed robbers, but those who are doing the good things, we want to kill them. So we beg the master to stand up to that responsibility. Enough is what? Enough. If today is for Seafarers Day, we should be able to ask ourselves, are we doing the right thing? So as a country, no. The seafarers are not well placed in their rightful place. You have just said during COVID, we are in the sea working. Working for who? Working for my father or my mother. We work for the ship owner. We work for the country. We work for the state. What do we in turn get, sir? Poor salary? Poor welfare? No schools to train us? As in Nigeria as it is, no one single school can be competing with international, even Ghana, yes, sir. Do you know how many seafarers travel from this country to Ghana to just to obtain what? Ordinary what? Certificate. Do you know how many dollars is going out of this country day by day? And we are here, we sit down and we not celebrate seafarers. So seafarers are not happy, sir, nationwide. We want the master to improve. Thank you, and God bless.
Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. Thank you very much for your presentation. I like the fact that NIMASA provides a platform for everybody to express themselves. Thank you very much. We thank God Nigeria is on the right path. Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, is progressing. Nigeria is on the right path. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be taking the next There is victory for us. Never backward, never in the struggle. There is victory in Africa. Isoleto. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us take our seats and we continue with the program. The program is being beamed live and being watched globally through the NIMASA official Facebook and on YouTube. We are also on live on Zoom, please. For the very last goodwill message, I want to call a man who knows. If you know, you know, you know. He's been there. He is there. He is still there because he's committed to the welfare of seafarers in Nigeria. Join me to welcome Chairman, National Seafarers Welfare Board, Otumba Kunle Folarin, for the very last goodwill message in this segment.
We are standing on existing protocols, and I've been told by the MC that it should be short and sweet. I would not like to rehash all the praises and all the concerns that have been given today, that we have to focus on developing seafaring. Seafarers are champions of the global international trade. There's no question about that. But I would like to dwell only on issues of concern in the industry and issue of concern of the seafarers. The issue of training and the certificate of competence has been raised. I endorse this because this has been an impediment for Nigerian seafarers to obtain jobs outside Nigeria, and in fact, including Nigeria. There should be a concerted effort to deal with the issue of abandonment. The Seafarer Welfare Board has dealt with issue of abandonment of seafarers, Indians, Pakistanis, everybody here. In fact, one of the sailors was abandoned for 3 years. That was something very harrowing. We did all we can to make him happy here, so much that when we arranged his repatriation, he didn't want to leave Nigeria again. Then the issue of manning is very important because employment of seafarers go through the manning agents. I think NIMASA has registered manning agents, and they should continue to supervise their work, because when something gets wrong at the beginning, it doesn't get better at the end. Manning agents should be focused upon to see how they do their work. The issue of differentials in wages. You find that a Nigerian with the same certificate of competence, with same training, gets less than its counterpart, particularly even in West Africa. Those who are even trained in Ghana get more than those who are trained in Nigeria. The issue of differentials in wages is very important and should be looked into. The issue of health, physical and mental health. Well, it's unfortunate that we are finding incidents of seafarers committing suicide. And it's increasing. And that means that their mental health needs to get more attention. The issue of employment, there's no kind of reason for a seafarer to be trained to get certificate of competence and be wandering about the sea lanes looking for employment. Nigeria has the capacity to provide employment for trained seafarers, those with certificate of competence, and to remove the element of frustration which they are having today. Well, we have noticed that NIMASA is doing a lot to provide sea time to complete their training, and we applaud NIMASA for that. I think we should give them a hand of applause. The issue of continuous training is very key here because technology is coming into place. If you're a seafarer with certificate of competence about 20 years ago, you are no more competent today. You have to have an issue of continuous training with the new technology that is available. The issue of training institution has come out. We have man around. But if we are to grow the industry, like the Philippines grow the seafarers industry, the maritime industry, we need to create more training institutions. There are few training institutions by the private sector, but we need to complement this by creating more training institutions. That is the only way we can grow the industry. If we say that Philippines provide over 350,000 seafarers in the world, Nigeria could do better. Nigerian maritime domain, the size of Nigerian international trade, and our global trade demand that we have more ships, more seafarers, and also to guarantee their future. Well, we should also look at the issue that has been raised by the Senior Staff Association, Captain Bob, and it's very important, the issue of criminalizing seafarers. When seafarers get employed through the mining agent, possibly they don't know what type of job and the type of mission they are going to carry out. At the end of the day, they get arrested, they get criminalized, and they suffer a lot before their cases are done. The National Seafarers Welfare Board, as I speak now, are in Nigerian prisons. A team of Nigerian Seafarers Welfare Board are in the prisons now, visiting seafarers that have been criminalized, that are awaiting trial in Nigerian courts. And this is very important for us to understand that the mining agents, NIMASA, and other bodies should ensure that when seafarers are getting employed, they are getting employed to do the right thing. They are getting employed by the right people. And if anything happens, the people who employ them must take responsibility. I think there's so much to say for seafarers today. Maybe you don't know that as far back as 1913, Nigerians have been using service of seafarers before amalgamation. Produce that are being shipped out of this country, and I went making my research, it was like 3.5 million pounds that was earned by Nigeria for cotton, palm oil, cocoa, and other produce carried out of Nigeria, including coal from Enugu. Maybe you don't even know that the Port Harcourt Hardcase was constructed and rail line was linked from Enugu Udi coal mine to the port just because of the coal and the means to transfer them out of the country. Seafarers were responsible for this. So if over 400 years, the seafarers have been serving the nation, they deserve the attention that we are seeking for them today to have a fair future. Thank you and God bless.
Otumba Kunle Folarin, Chairman, Seafarers Welfare Board. You can see he just nailed it. Issues of mental health, issues of employment, issues of salaries, issues of continuous training, and training institutions. That is why we have a day like this in two segments. The first segment is what we have now, which I'll be going for tea break, but not before we have a documentary. This is not actually a documentary, but it is speaking to by some stakeholders. I'd like to inform you that we shall be, after tea break, we shall be having paper presentations. Fair feature for seafarers by Engineer Richard Owolabi, the head technical Abuja MOU. That's the first one, and the chairman of that session is Alhaji Aminu Umrah. He's here with us, he came in quite early. The moderator is Otumba Kunle Folarin, as you know, and then we have discussants, my director, Olayemi Abbas, Mark George Uyong, President, Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, SAN, and Engineer Bob Yuso. That is the first paper we shall be discussing. But before we go for tea break, we shall be taking this 3-in-1. Chairman of the MD of Nigerian Local Content Development Monitoring Board, Engineer Simi Wabote. We have the chairman of the House Committee, Honorable Linda Chuba Ikpiazu, and the board chairman of NIMASA, Honorable Asita O Asita, in this combo talking to us.
First, my name is Simbi Kesiewabute. I'm the executive secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, located in Bayelsa. Seafarers are very vital, as far as I know, in keeping the global trade going.
Well, let me first of all congratulate the seafarers. We all know that maritime sector is a very important sector globally?
The global economy is all about trade, trade between countries, trade between city-states, and um, such trades majorly are carried out in the sea because of the bulky nature of goods. So seafarers are the key drivers of that sector. So they're a very important segment of society.
And you can't really have maritime without the seafarers. That is how important they are. They man all the ships. There's no way you're going to have a ship that's going to be controlled by computers. So you must have the seafarers there. So they're very, very important. So when they're celebrated, that's actually the right thing to do.
The annual economic impact, including indirect and induced effects of seafarers, is about 5.
Please your personal belongings, hold your phones, and let them lead the way. We shall just do 15 minutes tea to my left. All our invited guests, please, you are to go with the table of the executive management. Okay, photographers in the house have requested for a photo session. I'd like to invite the DG, the rep of the Honorable Minister, the chairman of one of the sessions. Please, can we come to where? Life is about memories, and we want the rep of the Honorable Minister, our Director General, our Executive Directors, Chief Executives present in the house to please come onto the podium for a group photograph. The rep of the MD of NPA, DG, sir. Please, can we, photographers, let's come and take now so that you have photograph for your front page. Nan, you made a request. Yes, can we take a photograph? Can we take the photograph now, sir? DG, sir. Thank you very much. Just 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Dr. McGeorge, please, can we come up for the photograph? Can we come up for the photograph, please? I'd also want to invite Dr. Dosumu, Barrister Masheye. He said, officer. Where is non-photographer? Sir? They want this phone because... Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Charkins Maritime will recognize your presence in the hall. Mr. Charles Wami, you're welcome, sir. You know, say face mask, they cover faces. Now, face mask. Please, I can see phones on some tables. Please take your phone. It is your handset. Wallets, please go with them as you go for tea break, please. Just to announce that we have 2 more minutes for us to complete the tea break. So we'll go to the next session, the technical session. Thank you. Let's take 2 minutes to settle down, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seats so that we start the second session? It is actually 1:30. We have barely 30 minutes for us to start this. Please let us sit down. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we take our seats? Those journalists conducting interviews, let us minimize movement so we can start the next session. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today is a day set aside for us to celebrate the Seafarers, the Day of the Seafarers 2021. If I can have my seafarers in the house seated, we will start this program. Let us minimize our voices. So we start a second segment of this program. It is fair future for seafarers in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and so many issues have been raised today. Today, we've heard presentations and people talked about mental health. We all know that seafarers spend months out there on the sea. COVID-19 did not help matters. So we had the challenge of crew change. Mental health is a major issue. We talked about employment. Seafarers will go to school and they won't get employment. It is a major issue. We talked about salaries. Salaries for seafarers in Nigeria, we need it to be better for them to have a brighter future. We talked about continuous training, and there were issues of training institutions in Nigeria. It is time for us to go to the technical session, as I request that would you join me to the paper presentation, Fair Future for Seafarers. It will be done by a seasoned seafarer. He's the head technical of Abuja MOU. Let's welcome Engineer Richard Owolabi. Please come up, Engineer Owolabi. For those of us in Nimasa, we know him very well. He has his hands on the wheel. He knows his onions. He shall be sharing knowledge with us. Please have a seat, sir. You're welcome, sir. Ushers, please step forward and do your job. I also want to invite the chairman of the session. We're talking of seafarers. We talk of people who own very large vessels in Nigeria, employing seafarers. You have the managing director of Sea Transport. Join me to welcome the chairman of the session, Alhaji Aminu Uruma, please. I shall hand over the microphone to him as he takes charge of this session. And our moderator, the encyclopedia himself, Chairman Seafarers Welfare Board. Let's welcome Otumba Kunle Folarin. Our discussants will also join us on this side of the table. I want to invite my director, Maritime Labor Services at NIMASA, Mr. Olayemi Abbas. Let's welcome him, please. He was in this hall by 12 midnight. I saw you. By 5 a.m., he was there again, walking the walk, ensuring we have a great day for our seafarers. You're welcome, sir. I also want to invite to this side of the table one of our discussants, the President, Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, Dr. McGeorge Onyong. And we welcome him, please. One of our discussants. And the last but not the least on the list is the engineer Bob Yuso, National President, NMNOWTSS. The comrades in the house. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I want to respectfully hand over microphone and the entire proceedings to our chairman. Chairman, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Permit me also to stand on existing protocol. So I'm very pleased and honored to be the chairman of this second session, technical session, to discuss something that is very dear to us, especially as a ship owner. I am so delighted, actually, and very happy to see how seafarers are well recognized. And I before I introduce this, I need to make some statements. Past 1 year, I think when I see people talk about what has happened, how seafarers have done so much, sacrificed so much, people like us, we live this life because we have experienced it. Last year has been a very challenging and a trying moment for us, particularly the owners. How do we deal with these, our workers who are on board our ships? How do we deal with lockdown that affected their contracts, that not only put risk to their life and health, but to their psychological well-being? We have experienced so much. IMO has done so much by putting policies, and our regulatory body, NIMASA, going by the IMO, have put in also policies that affect us or regulate us in Nigeria. We, as companies that operate and employ these seafarers, have looked at those policies, implemented them, and some of us, what we did was to localize it to suit our own system. And I will tell you, it has been a very, very interesting year for the seafarers. When you see people who have stayed more than 12 months at sea, who are unable to go back to their family, most of us, just like all the other speakers have said, most of us have gone back to our family, locked down in the house, staying with your wife and children and your husbands. But these young men and women have no access, no way to go. And they have been moving these ships in areas. When you talk about their life, you should understand that some of them move ships to areas where it is unknown. Unknown in the sense that when there is a news that says the world is on lockdown, imagine you being told, go to a place, you don't know what is the outcome there. Maybe if you go there, the virus will be there physically to catch you. So some of them are so courageous. They, for one day, none of them have come up to say, we are not doing this job. They are so courageous. They go there, they do whatever you want them to do. They move goods. And I'm so happy I saw the Secretary General of IMO making statement about the dry cargo movements. But I think he forgot one. The oil cargo, the oil and gas that we all use are also moved by these same seafarers. The gas that you use in cooking, when you stay at home, you use your generators, you use your power, you use the gas that you use in cooking, are all moved by seafarers. And these young men and women have really, really sacrificed. So we are happy that IMO have recognized it, and fair future for them is what is really very, very important to the heart of all of us. So that said, I will like to introduce again the team I have here. They are very, very experienced shipping and maritime experts. We have Chief Otumba, who is a modern, I don't think it needs any introduction when it comes to maritime matters. He is going to be the moderator. And I have my good friend and brother, Dr. Oyong, and the president of Seafarers, and also the paper presenter, who is a very technical person. So I will hand over this microphone to, I think, the moderator, or to take over to this technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman of the session. This is a very important session for all of us, because it's going to have a rounding of all the issues we have been discussing since we entered this hall this morning. The future of seafarers, the fairness for seafarers, and what are the things by policy of government, by those who employ seafarers, what are we looking for them for their future? In order to micromanage the time, I will quickly ask Engineer Richard Olabi, who we know very well in the industry. He's very technical, and he's heading a technical branch in the MOU, Abuja MOU, to take us through the journey, the voyage, as we move from a safe shore to a safe bath. Engineer Olabi.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, sir, may I acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Mr. Makama here. May I recognize the Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Basi Yusuf Jamo, the Executive Management and the Management of Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency for a great work so far in the maritime industry. May I recognize every member of the high table. I want to take the opportunity also to acknowledge the presence of my immediate boss, Acting Secretary General of Abuja MOU, who has given me the clearance to be able to honor this invitation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate the members of the press, and please allow me to stand on existing protocol as well. Thank you. My paper straight away will be, within 30 minutes, I should be able to close it up. We'll take an introduction. We'll go into seafarers' roles, motivation and aspirations. We'll look at the career of the seafarer, the influences, the attrition, what makes them to leave the sea. Look at the retention requirements. We'll look at women seafarers, barriers that are stopping their employment within the industry. When 50% of the world population is ostracized in the employment of seafarers, we need to look at that section. We'll look at conventions and regulations that help us to make sure that seafarers are well taken care of in their working and living conditions. We'll look at the future of the modern seafarers, their profession, challenges, the reasons to appreciate the seafarer. We've been appreciating them all day. We'll need to give them some more. Then we'll round up with recommendations and conclusions. Distinguished, I believe the media have got my paper, soft copy of my paper, PowerPoint. Please, as an introduction, shipping industry carried a total of volume of about 10.3 billion tons of cargo in 2017, according to UNCTAD Code 2017, and employed about 1.5 million workers who are classed as seafarers. Well, of course, we've seen and have heard 90% of the world trade passes through the maritime and river transport and requires seafarers to operate the ships. Seafarers are therefore essential to international trade and international economic system. Maritime transport is the first really globalized sector of the world. Seafarers means any person who is employed or engaged or works in any capacity on board a ship. The idea of a career for sea, for life, has been under scrutiny in the last 40 years as flexible employment, which refers to contractual and temporary work, has become the norm in many shipping companies. We are beginning to see that on the side of the ship owners, it is better to have contractors on board the ship instead of full-time, permanent employers. But as I profile through this paper, it is a win-win situation for everybody if a seafarer is employed on a permanent basis. As we go on, a major feature of change has been a shift from jobs offering lifelong job security to work on temporary contracts. The 21st century seafarer have a lot of challenge. Part of the challenges are reduced crew on board the ship. That means each seafarer will have to take in more responsibilities. There are more regulations. We have seen in the past 10, 15 years, ISM code, which has brought in the management of ship owners into responsibilities. We have seen the ISPS code. So that has put a lot of pressure on seafarers. A lot of paperwork on board the ships nowadays. Seafarers' role, motivation, and aspiration. Seafarers are forced to assume multiple and conflicting roles, that is economic, humanitarian, security roles in their interaction with migrants in the maritime sphere. We're beginning to see that some of the challenges of the seafarer worldwide now is beginning to shift a lot more into humanitarian, be it on board a ship or even at sea or handling migrants along. I'll give you a typical example. Captain Jamie Wilson, who was involved in the rescue of 907 migrants off the coast of Libya in January 2017, indicated that although his crew were prepared for the possibility of encountering migrants, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number. His account affirms that humanitarianism at sea usually takes precedence over other considerations for seafarers. It is the responsibility of the master, the captain of the ship. No matter how tight the program is to get to the next port or the loading or discharge port, if there is a challenge, if there's a problem at sea for any other seafarer, he must divert to make sure that that seafarer is rescued or that migrant or anybody else, for that matter, is rescued. As captain, you are bound by law to proceed to help anyone in danger. I would like to take this opportunity also to re-emphasize part of the responsibility of Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency as a flag state, as a port state, and as a coastal state. One of the responsibilities as a coastal state is to make sure that any seafarer, be it in our coastal waters, even if they're not coming into Nigerian waters, are rescued, are taken care of if they're in danger. On October 22nd, 2014, the dry bulk carrier MV Caprice was alerted by Motor Rescue Coordination Center. Nigeria Maritime Administration has got a center like that in Kirikiri, was alerted to proceed to the assistance of a boat in distress carrying migrants. The ship had only 20 crew members on board. The migrants they eventually rescued numbered 510 individuals. Think of the responsibility of that seafarer. Considering the rescue operation took place at the time when the Ebola epidemic is West Africa and the political crisis in Libya and Syria, this account highlights the health, security, concern of seafarers could have when engaged in rescuing migrants in the Mediterranean Sea and beyond. I would like to give you a little bit of statistics. Within the COVID-19 period of 2020, it's interesting that the ship calls within the West and Central African region was numbering about 50,000 ship calls, whereas in 2019, it was just slightly less than that. What am I saying? That means even in spite of COVID-19, the seafarers were still taking cargo in and out of the ports within the West and Central African. I think I can go ahead and give clap offering to the seafarers. Seafarers' role in security, role in ECOMOG, Nigerian National Shipping Line, even though defunct, gives us an impression that maybe we need to bring the national carrier back into Nigerian forum. But this time around, majorly controlled. Thank you. Supported the West African forces. Carriage and delivery of humanitarian supplies and materials. Steaming through piracy-infested waters. Career at sea. What influences the career at sea? One of the major common reasons for going to sea is to earn a good salary. It is seen by many individuals as adequate compensation for the hardships involved in such a career. Also, limited choices of alternate employment ashore can make someone take employment at sea. Instability, job insecurity, and erosion of social welfareism, and greatly differentiated wages. Some jobs at sea are relatively unskilled, that means the ratings. Others are highly unskilled, that means the officers. On board the ship, we have 3 levels of category of workers. We have the management sections, which is the master of the ship, the captain of the ship, the chief engineer, the second engineer, and the chief officer. And then we have the operational department section, which is the watchkeepers, right from the second engineer, right from the third engineer, fourth engineer, junior engineers, and the second officers, third officers, and other ranks. And then we have the support staff, which are generally classed as the ratings. It is very, very important that all facets of crew on board the ship are carried along and taken care of as we consider the seafarer. Leaving the sea that makes attrition influences. What are the things that make a seafarer decide to leave the sea? Those seafarers who have no intention of staying and developing a career in the shipping industry may leave the industry after some years because they have no intention to leave that condition. Some treat seafaring as a passing phase in their lives. And when they first join the occupation, their intention is to work for a short period until they have earned enough money to achieve certain set objectives. Some perceive work at sea as a way forward to a more challenging job ashore to learn and gain the skills needed ashore. A short period at sea to gain that competency. Then when you come ashore, you'll be able to compete adequately. Oversupply of seafarers holding a similar role on board the ship, we can see is a challenge of making some seafarers not to stay at sea. Leaving the sea continues. Seafarers' failure to cope with the strenuous conditions of work on board. These include the cultural differences, the small crews, the constant stress and high load. It's a major strain on the seafarers, especially with reduced crew on board the ship. General lack of physical and mental preparation for shipboard life may cause many seafarers, individuals, to leave after a few contracts. It is tough out there. Well, I'm admonishing my young cadets. Of course, some of you have tasted it, but you know, when the going gets tough, the tough must get going. And that is why yours truly, after 20 years on board the ship and 10 years as a chief engineer, came ashore to be 6 years as a superintendent engineer representing Nigerian Maritime Administration, Nigeria National Shipping Line in Hamburg, Germany for 6 years, and decided to go to Maritime Academy of Nigeria in Oron for 10 years and finished as the first director of School of Marine Engineering in Maritime Academy of Nigeria. Decided to come back and was invited by NIMASA to be the head of seafarers training and the acting head of maritime safety and seafarers standards for 2 years before going to join the Abuja MOU. Thank you. General lack of physical and mental preparation is very, very important to make sure, because I am happy we have doctors here and doctors in NIMASA that have been looking at the psychological and challenges and health conditions when it comes to interpretation of international conventions and regulations. The influence of a seafarer's family can be behind the decision to leave seafaring occupation, leaving the sea. Some people leave seafaring during their training because of lack of career prospects in the industry and difficulties in finding a job. Because when the examples we've seen all throughout this morning, availability of berth for seafarers. Many seafarers want to stay at sea for just a fixed length of time, for example, for 10 years until they get their master's or chief engineer certificate of competency and then continue their career ashore. I would like to appreciate on this note the federal government of Nigeria that gave people like us the opportunity as a young cadet in 1972 at the age of 18, had the career to go to sea, and I've enjoyed every section of my life in the maritime industry. So, don't be disappointed, you the young ones that are coming up. It's a career that is worth it. Retention factors. Seafarers get used to higher incomes that he or she cannot earn elsewhere. Adapting to the shipboard way of life and environment can make you remain at sea. Addictive nature of working at sea. You know, every year you decide to leave, but because you enjoyed it. I was given an example. It takes me 5 minutes for somebody to leave his accommodation and go to his working place. Which other job ashore can give you that condition? 5-10 minutes from your home, from your bed, into your working place. Only the sea can afford you that understanding, especially if you work in Lagos and it takes you 3, 4, 5 hours to get from home to your working place. Attrition and retention. How many of seafarers have quit seafaring and returned? No better place than the sea. Challenges each seafarer faces ashore, survival of the fittest. You need to be ready to survive when you come ashore. My next point is women seafarers, barriers to employment. Like I said at the introduction, the female gender is 50%. You might question that statistics, but how can we go around and ostracize that 50% of the population and the quality that they bring into the maritime domain? I had the opportunity of sailing to Murmansk under minus 15 degrees centigrade. And we went into one of the factories to bring cargo to Ajakuta Steel in the 80s. And we found that in the factory, most of the crane workers were female gender. And I asked one of the authorities, one of the managers there, I see that most of them are female. He said women are more responsive, are gentler, and they can handle safety a lot better. Shouldn't we learn something from that in the maritime, especially when we talk about safety and security? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Men have been the predominant gender in seafaring. In 2016, the International Chamber of Shipping and the Baltic International Maritime Council, BIMCO, reported that an additional 16,500 officers will be needed worldwide to meet anticipated future demands. Come July this year, that figure will be reviewed. So this is the figures that is available presently. Women seafarers considered here are ones in operational sections of cargo ships as deck officers and engineers, as we have here. Even though seafarers, like I said, come under the support, so we need to look at the full facet of the crew on board the ship. 3 major impediments to female employment in modern shipping are occupational cultural barriers, lack of awareness and knowledge about women at sea, and the slow development of effective policies and strategies aimed at recruiting and retaining women seafarers. Occupational cultural barriers. Seafaring jobs are assumed to require muscles to operate equipment on board the ship. And we're beginning to see in this 21st century, we're going IT. There's a lot of, even we're thinking of the nearest future, that there might not be people manning vessels. So a lot of Nigerian training and certification. I'm happy Man Oron is got a representative here. We need to start changing our mindset towards educating our seafarers into the ICT compliant requirements. Not just the muscle of opening and closing, but the ability to use modern system of technology in doing our job at sea. Idea that women tend to be emotional and cry promotes a negative image about women's capacity to work at sea, that emotion. But it's a cultural barrier. Leadership and teamwork skills have been recognized as part of seafarers' competencies in the STCW convention. Number 2, lack of awareness and knowledge about women at sea. Women tend to be perceived as suitable for caring jobs, while men are likely to fit to muscle required or managerial jobs. Part of the lack of awareness and understanding. A company's policy about the security and health issues of women on board is of utmost importance to the women seafarers and those who are contemplating a career at sea. Our ship owners will need to look at those set of challenges so that to allow and attract a lot of our female gender into the seafaring. Number 3, slow development of effective policies and strategies. MLC 2006, the International Labour Organization's number 4 pillar of conventions, specifies a minimum level of work condition for women seafarers and is the only legal instrument to enforce its implementation. So we have the legal backing to be able to take care of seafarers on board the ship. Some shipping companies proactively promote women to seafaring positions as part of their corporate social responsibilities. A large number of shipping companies do not have gender-related work policies, or even if they have one, they may not necessarily have a mechanism to effectively implement such a policy and fail to communicate it to their potential employees. It's a major challenge, but I'm happy ship owners are here and point for thought. Conventions and regulations that help us to give us the backend to be able to do some of this work. The recognition of women seafarers at the level of international conventions was achieved in 2010. Manila Amendment of STCW included Resolution 14, promotion of participation of women in the maritime industry, which was adopted in the final act of the Conference of Parties to STCW. Yours truly had the opportunity to be in that diplomatic conference in Manila with the team from NIMASA, and it was a good opportunity and a good thing, because the Manila Amendment came into force and rejuvenated the STCW, the International Standards of Training Certification and for training certification and watchkeeping certificate for seafarers as 1978 and as amended. STCW convention focuses on the education and training of seafarers. Another convention specifies the rights of seafarers, including women. So we see that the conventions, the international regulations and statutes are there to be able to make sure that seafarers are adequately taken care of. The adoption of the IMO Resolution A1147 at the 31st session of the IMO in 2019 for the roles and responsibility of various maritime stakeholders to promote gender equality in the sector. Despite the successful efforts to increase female students in MET, maritime education and training, in line with global initiatives, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, as Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4. Few women succeed in getting their COCs, but that regulation, the United Nations regulations, are there to help us to do as required. International Labour Organization provided some support to women seafarers in the drafting of Maritime Labour Convention 2006 by including specific requirements to ensure the conditions of shipboard facilities for women. Include separate sleeping rooms and separate sanitary facilities for men and women. Maybe that's one of the challenges the ship owners are complaining about, increasing the number of accommodation, but you can arrange it. We can surely arrange it if we want to take care of the gender. 2016 amendment of MLC 2006 includes guidance on eliminating shipboard harassment and bullying. We're seeing that it's becoming rampant, both ashore and onshore. The first international treaty on violence and harassment in the world of work comes into effect today, 25th of June, 2021, 2 years after it was adopted by the ILO International Labour Convention. And I think you can see the world body, the United Nations agencies are working seriously to make sure that the challenges of some of the seafarers, complaints from the seafarers, are taken care of. The future of the modern seafarers, the profession. There are over 50,000 merchant ships trading internationally, transporting all kinds of cargo. It benefits people and is the most efficient transport mode when large amounts of manufactured items or bulk transport of raw material. It's the most efficient, cost-effective, and economy of scale when it comes to carrying cargo worldwide. Ships do not travel on their own, but are run by over 1 million seafarers from nearly every country of the world. Seafarers ensure that the operations are run smoothly 24 hours a day and 365 days of the year. In time past, seafarers' career starts at sea on board a ship where the youth is introduced to the work culture of shipping. That means somebody mentors him on board the ship. The skill was learned while working from experienced seafarers by apprenticeship. Technology advances and development of different ship types demanded a high level of education and training. That is why we're beginning to see. Some of us are privileged in 1972, as young, 18 years old, to have the alternative cadet training course. I can see some of my old respected colleagues here, master mariners and chief engineers. In the 70s, when we went to sea, we were the first alternative cadet training that culminated into the present day STCW convention. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, technology advances. Future of the modern seafarers. Over the past half century, employment patterns have changed drastically. Two major challenges of the seafarers profession faces us today, and they are a shortage of the supply of skilled seafarers worldwide. The training must be up to date and relevant to the ship owner. A ship owner or any chief executive will always tell you, what are you bringing to the organization? Not just to come and earn a living. What is your input? What are you contributing to the organization to take her to the next level? So the modern seafarer must be prepared after being trained to train yourself, to prepare yourself for the job at sea. That is why we're beginning to have challenges. Even in our coastal waters, we're beginning to see a lot of foreigners even taking the jobs of cabotage. Why? From my interview with some of the ship owners, saying some of the foreigners are more committed to the seafaring career. So my young seafarers here, please, that is a very, very important. You see, we have this attitude in Nigeria that, well, we'll do it tomorrow. At sea, there is no tomorrow. Your responsibility. Without doing it, nobody else can do it, because 1,000 kilometers away from shore, you have been paid to do a job. And if you don't do it, somebody else cannot do it. And that is a lacking. I'll give you a typical example. In my days, traveling from, taking a ship as a chief engineer from Lagos to Singapore, all the way to Japan, 30 days, non-stop, around the coast of South Africa to Singapore, our first port of call. That ship must not stop. That ship must not call. It must continue to move. Responsibility, responsibility, responsibility. So your opportunity of being trained by NIMASA, young ones, I'm speaking to you now, you must take on that responsibility and take it personal and prove to the ones that have given you that opportunity that you are capable of living up to that expectations. Over the past centuries, employment patterns have changed radically. So we can see what is happening. Predicting future skills need due to digitalization. We're beginning to see ICT is being involved in the maritime industry. Need to invest in the skills required for changing needs of the ship in the future. High quality and visible current and future maritime education and training that will attract good students, produce graduates with appropriate and needed competencies. We cannot, if we want to compete as a nation, we must have future maritime education and training that will attract good students, produce graduates with appropriate and needed competencies, or else we can be the maritime nation of West and Central Africa or of Africa, but that job will be eluding us if we don't produce the competent graduates with appropriate needed competencies. Need to predict the future skills needs in preparation for increased automation. We need to start preparing our future seafarers to lock into the future seafaring career. Other sectors will be competing over the same skilled people as the shipping industry. The future skills needs in the maritime sector can be useful elsewhere, giving flexibility of individuals' careers in the future. That is why MAN, Oron, and other training institutions in Nigeria, we need to start taking their mindset towards the training into ICT compliant requirements and training at sea. With the increasing digitalization and automation of the shipping industry, the future seafarer must master new technology as well as good seamanship. Ships of the future are based on advanced technology at all levels and will require different and more technologically advanced knowledge and expertise than today's shipping. The developments of increasing digitalization and automation will offer different and improved job opportunities for the modern seafarers. New kinds of jobs, sure, might also give women more opportunities to pursue a career in the shipping industry. Reason to appreciate. Come now to appreciate our seafarers, because this is your day and my day as well, because I'm myself. Thank you very much. During the COVID-19 pandemic, seafarers faced difficult working conditions, including uncertainties about port access, resupply, crew changeovers, and repatriation. Hundreds of thousands of seafarers are still working at sea beyond their contract time, and equal numbers are facing financial difficulties, desperate to relieve crew on ships and start earning wages. Seafarers run the global economy. 90% of world food, fuel, raw materials, and manufactured goods go by sea. Seafarers sacrifice their social life, staying away from their loved ones. Seafarers fight the toughest seas and roughest weather. Appreciating seafarers also, seafarers risk their lives through piracy and war zones. More than 100,000 seafarers at any one time travel through piracy-affected areas. Seafarers face extreme health hazards, physical hazards, such as diseases and injuries caused due accidents. Seafarers also fall prey to psychological problems such as homesickness, loneliness, fatigue, a part and parcel of their life. And we're seeing the cause. We know by accidents that 80% of the cause of accidents generally are said to be human-related. Now, part of it could be fatigue, can be loneliness, and can be homesickness. Still appreciating the seafarers. Seafarers follow tough regulations and law, environmental and ship protection. Seafarers work around the clock with monotonous routines. Seafarers work the most without basic rights, without proper insurance and pension policies. Seafarers are at risk of criminalization and abandonment. We've seen an example given by our colleague in the unions. Performing their duties. According to ITF, seafarers are among the most exploited and abused group of workers in the world. Seafarers live with least accommodation and communication facilities. At sea, you don't have the privilege of your telephones because sometimes there is no network. You have to pay a lot to be able to communicate with your families, and accommodation are restricted. Seafarers continue with their duties, even if the world governments and the companies continue to ignore them, for they know their time, both on the ship and on land, is limited, and making the most of that is the only option to them. What are the few recommendations? Ship owners to please opt to permanent and pensionable employment for officers and ratings. Offer competitive remunerations and welfare packages. Sustain full sponsorship of all stages of training and development of officers, travel supports, and so on and so forth. Offer opportunities for shore assignment that will allow them to have responsibility and relationship with the organization. Regular consultation, debriefing, and career counseling for senior officers after voyage or course. Encourage teamwork, professionalism, and respect for colleagues, in particular with relief assignments. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, to appreciate Nigerian national shipping lines and the Nigerian shipping companies, the private sector, and especially LNG, Nigerian Liquefied Petroleum Organization, and NPC, of course, as part of, for the employment of, training and employment of seafarers in the indigenous seafarers and training. A common motivation in going to sea is money, Another is lack of local employment opportunities, and a third is pressure from families and friends. In addition, some seafarers may wish to develop their skills at sea in order to pursue career ashore. Seafarers have always been the focus of the shipping community in the area of safety, maritime security, environmental protection, living and working conditions on board the ship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the highlights reasons to appreciate seafarers and recommendations, I am sure that you will stand with the world, with IMO, with Nigerian government, and Abuja MOU to the fact that seafarers deserve fair future. The future is bright. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, thank you, and God bless you.
I think Engineer Richard Olabi deserves more applause. Well, as we're going through this presentation, I was almost tempted to say, maybe he has changed the topic to fair future for women seafarers. He has dedicated quite a substantial part of the presentation to the issue of women. And I think it's appropriate also, bearing in mind that it was canvassed that only 2% of seafarers are women. So he's trying to encourage women to join the profession. Thank you for that presentation. I think we should now go into the nitty-gritty of the presentation, messages and roles. For the regulator, which is the master in this respect, for the ship owners, as a responsibility to seafarers, and the seafarers themselves, what should they expect, what they should do. He taught the issue of demand and supply of seafarers and the changing pattern of ship's configuration and cargo characteristics. He's now trying to emphasize the needs of the profession, the needs of the industry. He emphasized that we need to look at the changing pattern of work, that manual is bad news now. Everything is going to use of technology. And he said the curriculum of training must include substantially the application of ICT. He went on to the work environment. The work environment started with the good news that from your cabin to your workplace takes only 5 minutes. So there's no traffic jam on the way to your workplace. The other news he has given us does not seem to be so good. That is a very demanding job profile. You look at each of this as a matter of dedication. The seafarer must be dedicated to his work. There's no tomorrow in the work of the seafarer. It must be done as is needed. The other good news, he said, there are shortage of seafarers worldwide, particularly in the officer cadre. And that is why I believe that most people who are wearing civilian dress today would like to change into uniform because there's more work available out there. Responsibilities of the seafarers, apart from cargo handling. He mentioned a very important new trend, that is migration. A seafarer now handles hundreds and thousands of migrants, more than the tonnage of cargo. We now know that with the growing depression in world economies, most people are migrating from their home country to other countries through illegal means. And when they run into rough waters, it's the seafarer that will rescue them and find what to do with them later. But what I am trying to emphasize here is that the seafarer work pattern is changing from just handling cargo to humanitarian response at sea. Safety has added to their curriculum, and that is important to note. In addition, you also mentioned the issue of seafarers in military situations. You mentioned our particular circumstance, the time we were having ECOMOG duties to perform. It is these seafarers that carry soldiers to the various locations and the war zone. They are also exposed to dangers of military application in those zones. Then we are looking at other issues raised. Substantially, you talk about career paths. What can you expect in your career path? It looks very interesting that you can change from one form to the other. In other words, your training as a seafarer equip you for a lot of skills that are applicable in very many circumstances. He's an example of it. He has worked in academia, he has worked in administration, he has worked in technical situations. There is no job that gives you that competence to be able to change jobs from one form to the other within a single career. I think that is a plus for CPR. Now, he's looking at the issue of training. Training of seafarers is a continuous exercise. It does not stop in a day. I believe that most of you are even aware of that when you go to the academies to study, you have to go for sea time to qualify and go back to the classroom again to round up. So it is a continuous training situation, and you must be prepared for that. He also now put responsibilities, and this is where we shall be rounding up, to give space to the panel to make their comments. Responsibility of the flag state and port state authority, and that's the master. He's saying today that we have challenges of ISPS and much more. The flag state and the port state authority must be conscious of all this and review their policy and the way they approach managing the situation. Today's NIMASA's responsibility is greater than that of NIMASA of 10 years ago, and it will continue like that. Let me just say this, and I will stop for the panel. Earlier in my career, maybe about 30 years ago, a single ship will have about 54 crew members. Today, you can hardly find a ship that has more than 20 crew members. That is instructive. To say that when things change, regulation must change. When things change, ship owners must change. And when things change, the seafarers must also adapt. At this point, I would like to call on a ship owner, because one of the people addressed in this presentation, to give his comment. Dr. Oyom.
Again, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to our children, I would say, because like I said, seafarers are members of our families. And what is a family member? You could have a vulcanizer out there who is your village man or cousin. And everybody passes and just waves to the vulcanizer. But when you pass there, you tell him, Joe, remember to come back at home. We have a goosey soup waiting. And when he comes, you take him right onto the dining table and you give him food and he eats. That's a member of the family. Every seafarer who came to my house, was given food to eat. And I was sitting on the table. No, let me sit. I said, no, sit on the table. Because without them, like I said, we have no ships. Having said that, my role is to appreciate them and also make some comments. Seafarers, Wolabi, you mentioned I counted 115 times you mentioned seafarers. I mean, ship owners. So it looks like it is clear that we have a big responsibility. That responsibility starts from the fact that our regulator is here and he has seen the responsibility and he knows that the task is odious. So having said that, how do we attract seafarers and create a fair future for them? First of all, we must let them follow the pay. The pay has to be good. And in SWAN, Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, even though we have our limitations, we do the best to try to pay them well, pay them on time. And then I've learned a few things here that you have to create opportunity for their retirement. Actually, and I used to be a fisherman, and one time we went to sea. I went 28 days on the vessel, and but before then, we had an engine that broke down, so I followed them to sea to test the engine. At 2 a.m., that engine broke down, kaput again. So we had to be towed by another ship. And that ship was actually a wooden boat that towed us. So the responsibilities are quite great. So we have to attract them with pay. We have to handle them with care. And we have to also create opportunities for recognition so that when they do something that is good, and as a matter of fact, we have to make sure that they do not, you don't blame them. Even insurance policies don't blame seafarers. If they break your engine, insurance will pay. So we recognize them and create opportunities for you to give them, some recognition, including cash bonus. So on my ship, those who worked on Breakthrough, I had a slogan. That slogan was, I would say to the seafarer, "It's your ship." And he answers me, let's make her the best. It's your ship. Let's make her the best. They used to say, let's make it the best. But because the ship is a she, so we always say, let's make her the best. So when I say, it's your ship, let's make her the best. What that means is that they take responsibility for the ship. That if something breaks down, they are supposed to go and fix it. It's their responsibility. And they should not be. I also taught them that practice does not make perfect. Everybody thinks practice makes perfect. No. As far as I'm concerned, in management and the leadership that I gave was that mistakes make you perfect. So don't be afraid to make mistakes. When you make mistakes, you correct them and you get better. As a matter of fact, thank you. As a matter of fact, the first antibiotics by Fleming was discovered by mistake. So it's not, mistakes actually change the world. So in terms of recruitment, we must make sure that they know that we have to train them and retrain them. So in training and retraining them, we have to think about digitalization and computerization and IT, information systems. Right now, the autonomous cars, autonomous vessels are here already. If you think it's a thing of the future, no. If you Google, you see sea cars, where a car is driving and then it starts sailing in the ocean. The same thing, ships are going to be run from the shore. So as the future goes on, seafarers are going to leave the ships and stay ashore and control the vessels at sea. There are going to be vessels that go underwater. Container ships will go underwater. If you think it's a joke, Rolls-Royce is already doing it. Google it. So what we are saying is that the future is very bright. I am a physician. I came into this Mame water business because it's the best business. So you guys are in the best business. I'm not regretting it. I've been a fisherman. I've been in oil and gas business. I've run tankers. And I want to say that all we are saying is that this is the place to be. If you are a graduate, and I've told many graduates to go and train. You graduate, they give you 50,000 naira a month. You can actually earn 350 to 500,000 a month just as a starter, as a cleaner, a wiper on a ship. So that's the way we are going. Don't forget that 500,000 naira used to be about 500 naira before. So having said that, I want to say that we attract them also with, I made a few notes here. We attract them with security. We must make them safe. We are glad and we congratulate the federal government, Federal Minister of Transportation, DG Nimasa, for the Deep Blue project. All we are saying now is that we must have boots on the water. You have to chase the pirates. And we don't want to train people and they come back and turn into something else. So we must have vessels that where they can train, where they can be hired. And of course, this is the biggest business. Philippines, like you hear, has 400,000 seafarers, and they rake in $6 billion a year. So if we did 100,000 seafarers, we'll be having $1.2 billion a year. And this is the only human capital export that has no round tripping. A doctor can go to America and then have a job that pays $350,000 a month, and then all that money is there. He has a bank there. But seafarers don't have any bank account anywhere they go. All their bank accounts are domiciled in Nigeria. So whatever money they are paid, they bring them back to this country. So to turn around the prosperity of this country, ship owners have a big role to play. So I must congratulate you guys again for this opportunity and say that we will work together and collaborate together to bring prosperity to our nation. Thank you very much.
Well, we're all here when the ship owner is promising seafarers. So tomorrow you cannot say this is so. Okay, the next speaker on the panel will be the seafarer. The employer has spoken. Let's hear from the employee. The seafarer, engineer Bob.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I have to thank Nimasa for giving me this privilege to sit here to speak on behalf of seafarer. I am a seasoned seafarer. I've worked 30-something years. I'm still working. Though I might not be only international seafarer, but I'm a local seafarer. Olabi was my examiner, my senior director. At least we passed through them. The name is a name that we have been hearing for a very long time. So we are very much grateful to you, sir. So having said that, my contribution, my worry is mostly the seafarer and the younger ones coming. What I am trying to say is that we seafarer, we are just like, I don't know what to say, because when you look at the platform now, we see how they'll be commenting, talking, talking all sorts of things. But when you tell them to come, none of them will come together. And if we are not together, how do we achieve? Now the ship owner is here saying that they are paying this, that they are paying. Fine. They may be paying some people better, but I can stand and testify that our seafarers are suffering. We are not well paid. Compared to our neighboring country, our seafarers are suffering. So for you to say Nigerian seafarers are well paid, that means maybe it's 20% of Nigerian seafarers. Then I also want to say that this is like a triangle. If we must make Nigerian maritime industry great, then the three forces have to work together. NIMASA, being the regulatory body, have to play their own role to implement and enforce certain things. They don't need to move their eyes when they see some certain abnormal things that is going on in the industry. So I want NIMASA, their inspectors, when they go on board, let them check, do the right thing. Do what if any ship owner defaults, make sure you arrest that vessel. Make sure that they implement certain things. Because if you don't do your work, then at the end of the day, you blame the seafarer. Let me just say one thing. I can seafarer, as long as I am concerned, Nigerian seafarers are the most strongest and intelligent, hardworking seafarer all over the world. We can adapt to any condition anywhere we go. No matter the toughness, the Nigerian seafarer continue to survive. So anybody, when people come here to say Nigerian this is talking all sorts of a story against us, it's very, very annoying. And we are talking about negligence and ineffectiveness of job seafarers. What causes negligence? What causes ineffectiveness? When you are not paying him, he has worked for 3 months, 4 months, you are still owing him his salary. What do you expect him to do? You are saying Nigerian seafarer will do this, do that, when you have not given him what he's supposed to. Okay, for example, if I'm working in Shell now, maybe Shell has a vessel, or Mobil has a vessel, will I go and sleep or do anything? Automatically, I know that if I violate or do any thing illegal, they must sack me. And I would not like to lose my job. And I'm urging NIMASA as well too, because this is a tripartite issue. Let us come together to see how we peg a minimum standard of salary. If we now ask, okay, you are talking about Philippines. The Philippines have a standard. If you go and employ, they will tell this is the minimum rate of salary. But here, ship owner B, we pay peanut. The other ship owner C, we pay this. But how can we progress when I know that you are not paying me well? So I urge NIMASA, please, let us come together once more to see that we do this bilateral agreement and also to enforce it. We worked last season tirelessly. We didn't come out with anything. And the seafarers are still suffering. How can you hold a seafarer 10 years? No good food, no light in a ship. But NIMASA inspectors will be going down, going around. Are they not seeing all those things? I can direct you to go places. So what I'm saying, we should do our work. Our certificate, every year, renewal. This one, come, we do this one. We are even tired. Most of them, when they have their certificate, they will not have job. The cadets now, look at them. When they go out, no vessel to do their IT. NIMASA have to look into this aspect as well. If you put a law to ship owners, before I renew your certificate, you must train one cadet. We have a lot of ships, the coastal vessels, the tanker and all. So we have to work together to make Nigeria better. We should not put all the blame. We have sacrificed a lot. So I urge NIMASA, the ship owner, and the seafarers as well to upgrade and to do your work. And secondly, know that you belong somewhere. If you don't belong to where you rightly belong, how can they fight for you? Who will talk for you? You should think of who will talk for you, not individual. Individual race cannot do anything. When you form yourself like a broom, then you can now be united and be strong. Thank you, sir.
Wow, it's getting hotter. Well, we appreciate your speaking from your mind. And it's for all of us here to take note, and then we know what to do about the concerns. I don't want to talk into question and answer session yet, because I know the ship owner is trying to respond to most of the points you raised. We will leave a little space for that. But for the time being, now let us hear from the master himself, the regulator. Because it's a tripartite situation we are hardly here. Even in ILO, it's always a tripartite between the ship owner, employer, and the employee, the seafarer. Now, regulator, a lot of issues have been raised, which I think, among other things you must have noted, I want you to address. The issue of your inspectors. What are they doing when they go on board? You are a flag state, you are also a port state authority. And you are the first interventionist on issues on board vessels, where the seafarers will complain, and it's against the ship owner, his owner who is even standing by his side. You are the, shall I say, the ombudsman or the arbitrator. So look at that issue, among other things that you should be doing, and what you have noted from Richard Owolabi's paper. You have the floor.
Standing with existing protocols. It comes down to the government regulator as part of the tripartism in ILO. What we seek to achieve this year is to have safe, secure working environment for seafarers, draw attention to their needs, draw attention for them to get fair treatment, and engage with employers or owners of ships and other handlers towards
reducing incidences of harassment, violence, discrimination by race, sex, or other forms. Now, the issues have been many, but since the moderator mentioned first the issue of inspections, it's easy for people to talk about seeming non-performance. But there has been a little gap in between the COVID period and now. Under the COVID environment, people were not going on board for inspections, and post-COVID, or even as early as March this year, we started going back on inspections. We have 2 levels of inspections. Apart from the surveyors who go on board for larger scale inspections, we have the labor officers, the cabotage enforcement officers who go from time to time. We've had issues of non-compliance, but we never looked the other way. And if we had looked the other way, or something went wrong along the line, and reports were made, we did a double check. And I don't think there has been any other time when we have imposed more sanctions on ship owners and operators other than in the last 1 year. We've involved fines. Some of them are about to pay fines up to 8 million for using unregistered seafarers, using foreign seafarers. They've had to pay penalties for poor living and working conditions on board vessels. We've had to detain vessels. Detention of vessels was a bit slower because it takes a lot of logistics to detain a vessel. You put people on board, the Navy, military personnel on board, but that has not stopped us from doing our inspections and ensuring that penalties are meted out where necessary. Now, we've also engaged Engineer Bob Bono. You know we've always engaged you. You have open access to us to tell us from time to time when there are vessels reported by seamen as having breached the rules. And you can't tell me there's any that we've not dealt with. Engineer, sir, can you mention any that you reported to our office? Okay. Now, what are we doing? The first is the economics of wages. All over the world, in every industrial sector, there is wages relativity. No 2 people can earn the same wages, even they work in the same sector. There are public servants who don't have the same. There are public political appointees who don't have the same. There are people working in the manufacturing, in industries who don't have the same. Food and drugs sector. Seafaring cannot be an exception in our own kind of economic climate. If I own 1 vessel or 2, I won't be able to pay the same as somebody who has 10, 15 vessels, because there is what they call the economies of scale. I own 1 vessel, I operate the same office, the same cost, overheads, the same taxes, the same registration requirements, the same statutory obligations. I won't be able to break even. I might not even be able to sustain the business. But somebody has a larger fleet. So that's why it has been said. Multimodalism means road, rail, air, and water. What do climates where these things are benchmarked properly do? People don't operate single line aircrafts. They don't operate single line vessels. People come together and operate more corporately with larger vessels so that they can benefit from the economies of scale. The same number of people working ashore will handle those 10, 20 vessels that they should have handled if it was 1 vessel. Alhaji Umar is here. Let our people partner more. Let there be joint ventures, let there be special purpose vehicles for handling shipping. Then people can be paid better. And what have we done? The CBAs that we've been negotiating with individual companies, it's only necessary because of wages relativity. Now, before unions go to the employer and then agree on top of the table, under the table, what should be paid. We've taken over this. Some have been outstanding for 4, 5 years. We've just sealed some. Even our distinguished chairman here would attest to the fact that we sealed your company's CBA agreement about 3 weeks ago with the unions. And in the next 1 or 2 weeks, it will be signed, sealed, and delivered. We need to engage different companies because the economics of different companies are different. But by and large, there's a minimum level we're expecting. So that goes for the CBAs. It is more of the contents of the welfare of those CBAs that matter. Then you see, what model would you use for payment of retirement benefits? NLNG, I don't know whether the MD is still around, has recently agreed to pay what I will not disclose, but what can be considered a very, very fair retirement benefits. And once we get that, we'll throw it to others and we'll see how we can go into using it as a benchmark for others. Now, the issue of training, you know, we've done a lot. We've done so much that the economy, we are praying, will be able to absorb the graduates of our NSDP, some of who are here today. We are sending out another number, 689, out for sea time training. We're getting bats for them. Some of them have started boarding ocean-going vessels. We are sending recently we trained another 700 plus seafarers ratings in different academies in Nigeria, different private and government academies, including MAN Oron. We're using the facility. We are starting an homegrown NSDP program. That one has to do with our own local academies on a structured basis to make sure that we produce cadets locally and save some foreign exchange. We are also engaging some of them for their COCs, even though we've not been too impressed with the pass rates of recent. But we commend those who have been able to go through their training and their examinations successfully. We talk about placement. We have a replacement plan. Nobody applies to us for any statutory registrations, whether at the cabotage level, at the labor level, without being forced to take 2 cadets per vessel at minimum. And we are also reaching out. I think, I don't want to mention names, 2 or 3 people here have made requests to take female cadets. Yesterday, we got 2 female cadets engaged, and we are doing everything to make sure that there is no gender discrimination, even though we know the operating environment is not too conducive for the ship owners. The issue of actually placing people on board is a function of the economy. We are not going to look the other way and not place people on board. Why are we being paid as public officers? To give a better life to our people, to ensure that there is fairness and justice and equity. And our consciences will not go to sleep if we don't do that. I won't take your job. I won't do your own job. I'm already being paid to do my own job. I'm your servant. If I don't serve well, I will stand before God one day to give accounts. We have no reason to allow foreigners to take Nigerian jobs. But we also need to ask the ship owners, because that question has always been asked. And Sir Otumba, you may move back so I can look in my ball to eyeball. Why do you like foreign? He's also here, Umar. Why do you like foreigners to work on board vessels? Earlier you spoke that there's nothing like round tripping, but we think there's a kind of money laundering going on. Why would you want to pay a foreigner $5,000 if you are in need for economics, for profit? Why do you want to pay a foreigner more and pay a Nigerian less? One of the attributes of economics that have grown is cheap labor. China is growing because of cheap labor. The Philippines, you mentioned, sir, cheap labor. Nigerians, at least we have people who are ready to take $2,000 for a $5,000 job. Why would you like to take $5,000 pay? Otumba, please help me ask them.
Okay.
You will return the microphone back to me.
With due respect, as a regulator, I was quite scared to ask me to stop because we are actually running out of time. And I know that if I give you all the time in the world, you continue to speak. The regulator, thank you for your input. I know that, I was trying to avoid a question and answer situation where we're going. But then let us give a little chance to the chairman of the occasion, because he's a ship owner, and both the regulator and the seafarer have been pounding ship owners. So maybe they will change to pay in dollars to Nigerian seafarer as it is done all over the world.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for all the discussions. First of all, let me answer Director why this is the question he asked. I think I will throw back that question, and I'm very sure Engineer Bob, I asked him to ask the same question that Director is just asking. I said, we as ship owners work on the basis of profit and loss, which means we are there to maximize our profit. There is no reason that I will prefer to pay high instead of paying low. The question you should ask me, and this is where I feel NIMASA as a regulator should engage ship owners in relation to issues of seafarers than going to the seafarers directly. Why will I prefer to bring somebody from outside? The question, and this I throw to the young graduates that are here. I know that the association president have talked about telling you these are what you will get. We don't want you to have this entitlement mentality. Whenever you are employed by a ship owner, you are selling yourself first. You need to market yourself. How do you market yourself to me? That is what you should focus on, is by being dedicated. Engineer Owolabi has said it, committed, commitment. And I'm sorry, somebody made in the discussion said, you are free to make mistake. In shipping, there is no mistake. If you make mistake, somebody will die, or you will pollute an environment. That means you are bankrupting the company. The ship owner is gone. Today, and I tell you this because NIMASA is here, NIMASA can testify to that. Some years back, maybe 7 to 8 years ago, there was a day we had in the middle of the night a storm in Lagos. About, I don't know how many number of ships were taken and swept to the shore, and all of them today have become wrecks. The question you ask now, why do I bring this statement? I want to ask you, you go and look at all those ships. What do they have in common? There are other ships that did not go anywhere. They were standing there all through the storm. The one thing they have in common is that majority of them were 100% manned by Nigerian crew. And because what happened, why did it happen? Because the reason is, I have video of when this incident was going on. We are able to video all those things that were happening. Majority of our crew that were on board, when it is 1800 hours, when they know that the ship is at anchor, they decide to go off board. They go to the shore. Maybe they go for the club, or some of them go to their houses, thinking that in the evening, there is nothing will happen till tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, that night, God sent a storm and swept all the ones that have no crew into the across and grounded them. Most of them are up till today, they have turned to wreck. This is where the discipline, this is where the issue of discipline and well, I am sorry. I am sorry. You see, allow us talk now. Okay, please, gentlemen. I know that I would like to say so. Let me finish as the chairman. Let me finish, please. The
chairman has the floor, please.
Please, let us finish. It's not all gloomy. I'm just answering a question from the director. So,
hello. Please, we are all matured here. Allow everybody to say his mind. You too, you will have opportunity to say your mind. We will give everybody fair hearing. This is a problem-solving platform. So I don't think if there is any cause to worry. Give him time to say whatever is his mind. If he didn't voice his mind as a ship owner, we won't know where the problem lies. You want solution to the problem. So if you didn't hear answer, how do you get the solution? So please let us be matured. One of you here stood here, he said everything against NIMASA. We did not cry. We did not shout. Do you understand? So to show that we are democratic, so allow him to say whatever in his mind. If you have any contradiction, you said it, so that we can find a solution. Thank you. We'll be much better.
Thank you, DG. And but it's not all gloomy, young men and women. Let us be. I had so many discussions. They are making it look gloomy. You have a bright future, and I think this is where the narrative need to change. You are not restricted. Okay, you are not limited to only working in Nigeria. Today we always give an example of Philippines. We give example of India because they have more seafarers than any other country in the world. Philippines is not a shipping country. Maybe the number of ship owners in Philippines are not up to the number of ship owners in Nigeria. But what did they do right? They market themselves. They standardize and build on quality and capacity. And that is what they did. So if you, as the young future seafarers coming into this, don't limit your mind thinking that I can only work in Nigeria. A ship owner, and assuming you're working for me, and I have my vessels that transit continental, why will I not want to put you there if you are performing excellently? Why will I not do that? Nigerian LNG, if they were here, they would have told you. Some of the captains that are in Nigerian LNG are colleagues of ours that we were in the private sector together before they moved to LNG. Some of them manned and they captained LNG vessels, which are one of the most sophisticated in the world today. So don't Seafarers. We check you, we interview you like any other organization in Nigeria, like they do in other part of other industries. But if you don't show the commitment and you don't have the discipline, there is no way we will put monies or capital or a lot of investment in the hands of somebody who we see doesn't have the commitment. So I think you have the opportunity. The future is yours. It is, and I will continue saying, is one of the best profession you guys can are going into, because it's a future that many that are sitting here were not given that opportunity. Like what Engineer Wolabi said, you are lucky, you have this, you were trained, and you are put in front of that opportunity. So seize it, but with commitment, okay, and trust and discipline. I would like to just end it to say this. Really, I think there is a statement that says Nimasa should just go and arrest the vessel or detain the vessel. I don't think that is the way to solve it, because if any reason for detaining the vessel ends up that company dead, the whole entire crew that are on board even loses job. I don't think the intention of the Nigerian government is to continue killing the little number of companies that are doing the business in that industry. I think the intention is to increase the capacity and the numbers. So I think the discussants have done a lot on it. I feel that today is for you, the seafarers, and you have contributed so much to the global commerce, which Engineer Wolabi has said, 90% of global commerce is on the sea, and it is because of seafarers. So really, I think there is nothing much I can say than to say I wish you all the best. We look forward to seeing some of you to come and look for employment. And I will say again, the best thing you can do is to have the capacity, have the knowledge, and have the discipline. You will surely get the job, because the employment and the job is there for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let's appreciate him once more. If you know he has chaired this session very well, please, a round of applause for him. Alhaji Amin Umar, MD CEO, Sea Transport. Let us also appreciate our moderator. Did he moderate well? If he did, appreciate him. Otumba Kunle Folari, Chairman, Port Consultative and the National Seafarers Welfare Board of Nigeria. We have our paper presenter. You know, he went technical, and I'm sure we all learned. If you had learned this evening, please let's appreciate him. Engineer Richard Owolabi, well-discussed papers. Let's appreciate our discussants. Olayemi Abbas, my director, Maritime Labor Services. Dr. Mark George Onyong, President, Ship Owners Association. Did he discuss well? Please let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. And Engineer Bob Yuso, let us appreciate this wonderful team. Photographers, you want to take a picture? Thank you. Benga, oh yeah, please come and take your photograph. This team. And we shall be going straight to the next item on the agenda. I know it's, we are running behind schedule. Photographs, please, okay? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that next item on the agenda is the presentation of certificates of competency to the recently graduated NSDP cadets from the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, Alexandria, Egypt. And the presentation will be made by the Director General, CEO Nimasa. Dr. Bashir Jamo, please step forward. Please step forward, sir. I want to invite the executive directors to please also join him in making the presentation to the beneficiaries from Egypt. Thank you very much, sir. You know, so much to be discussed. We can continue discussing. Thank you very much, sir. The maritime industry is the next in thing for Nigeria. You heard it from the minister. So you can't help but appreciate the fact that there's so much to be talked about. Our cadets. So I'll call you. When you receive your certificate, you won't go down, you stay behind. When you receive your certificate, you stay behind so that we'll take a group photograph after the presentation. The DG, sir. Certificates. Please, let's bring the certificates forward, please. Yes, sir. You know, my DG is a Democrat. And when he says things, he means it. He just reminded me that we have assured them that if they have words, if they have, their voice will be heard in this hall. So we shall be taking the certificate presentation. And for the labor force present here, if you have comments concerning this paper that was discussed, the DG says we will hear you out in the hall before we go for late lunch. Certificate presentation, photographers, are we ready? Today is the day the United Nations has set aside through the International Maritime Organization, IMO, for us to appreciate and celebrate seafarers, those who are responsible for international trade for over 90%, those who spend virtually their life out there on the sea, those whose their offices is their homes, those who sacrifice their social life for us to enjoy. Fair feature for seafarers in Nigeria. Today is a day we are celebrating the seafarers in Nigeria. And (2021) Day of the Seafarers. Seafarers who are responsible for bringing all these ones. I'm sure this one is from Japan or Korea. They brought into Nigeria. Like I told you, my DG says he has spoken and he has given his words that we will hear their voice. So for those of us who had concerns concerning the discussion we had earlier, can I see a raise of the hand so that we hear your voice before we go into the next item? You have something to say? The DG says he has assured you we will hear you. Your opinion. February 14, 2010. That was when that storm happened in Takwa Bay and 17 vessels were washed ashore. You remember? That was 2010. And he said it here. He gave reasons why those things happened. And that was why we had the opera. Do we have anybody who has comments concerning that so that we'll hear you? DG says he has given that approval for us to hear you. Any comment? DG, sir, they said they are very okay with the presentation. Nigerian Seafarers Development Program, a program designed to ensure that Nigeria has cadets who are now third engineers. We have third engineers in the house, and we appreciate the fact that you're here. You've gone through the rudiments of training. Today is a day for you to be recognized. So I will be inviting you for an appreciation. After this, lunch will be served. I want to employ some of my colleagues that will take our time to go upstairs for late lunch. That is the next item on the agenda. It's been a wonderful session. But first, we shall be Director of Maritime Labor Services will be talking to us.
Distinguished DG, Executive Directors, Representative of the Honorable Minister, please, and all other protocols standing by. We have to give the certificates in the office. We are taught we will give them here to present to them so that the DG can give them. But unfortunately, the protocol for the certificates, they have to sign for them. But I want to humbly seek the understanding of the representative of the Honorable Minister, the DG, the HEDs, and the distinguished people here, that I take absolute responsibility for this lapse. I'm so sorry, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On this note, we want to say it's been a wonderful day. We've had 4 hours and we had intellectual discussion here. Most of us are benefited. For those watching at home, I'm sure they have learned a lot. They appreciate better the seafarers in Nigeria and the challenges they are going through. Today, we had the ministers giving assurance that Nigerian government is committed to a better life for the future of seafarers in Nigeria. It is time to thank everybody who has made this possible. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite to the microphone to formally move the vote of thanks. the Executive Director, Maritime Labor and Cabotage Services. Let's welcome to the microphone, gentleman, Engineer Victor Oche.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Mr. Ebley presented here, the Director General of NIMASA, Executive Directors here present, Captains of Industries, the maritime industry, and chieftains that were invited for this occasion to commemorate the Day of the Seafarer as designated by the United Nations. I want to welcome you all specially and to thank God that another 25th day of June has come, another day to celebrate the seafarers who keep the world going. Let me especially today say congratulations once again to our seafarers, especially the ones that have been produced by the Nigerian Seafarers Development Program, NSDP, engine cadets who recently graduated from the Arab Academy for Science and Technical Maritime Transport in Egypt, that passed and had their certificate of competence completed and done, but for human error, we were unable to present to them. But I think it will be wise to recognize them since they are here. With the permission of the Director General of the agency, I'll call you and please, you line up here so the world can see you and know that, yes, you have indeed merited your certificates. I have number one, Mr. Ebagwehika Raphael, who's the president of the group. You're here. Then I have Taibat, Miss Olaimi Taibat Lawal. You have Daniel Franklin Ayebainemi. You have Young John F. Young. Abo Friday Enemona. Asukwa Richard Eru. Clem Ebi Torufa. Okafo Ikechukwu Chinedu. Bima Mustafa. Samuel Onyemachi. Bakari Seifat Bolanle. Ugoke Matthew Kanayo. Adi Donatus. Jonathan Lucky Boniface. Emuro Jeremiah. Patrick Augustine Bariboa. Victoria Ezenlebi Daopomone. Rita Ogovururi Idono. Atman Emmanuel Linus. And the last of them, Reginald Chidebere Nwaru. DG, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, behold the latest seafarers, the latest officers that have just concluded their program and passed their COCs from the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. I want to congratulate you all and ask the DG has requested very well in your chosen career as you move on this day as officers of the watch, I guess. Congratulations. May I ask Crave, the Director General's indulgence to come up and give them a special handshake and eventually take a picture with them on this special day of the Seafarers. Mr. DG, sir.
This is beautiful. Look at the white. Let's appreciate them. With this white, myself, I want to be a seafarer. Photographers, you can feast on this. This is lovely.
Thank you very much, DG. And thank you, officers. Congratulations once again. While there are lights down as they come down from the podium, let me continue in my assignment of giving the vote of thanks. Today is the day of the Seafarers. I want to thank each and every one of us that has come to make this day a very special one. Let me particularly thank the chairman of the session, Mr. Alhaji Aminu Umar, who is also a ship owner and one of the stakeholders for which the maritime industry in Nigeria is striving. We want to thank you and also urge all the ship owners, including the president of the association, who is here in person, Dr. Ojong, to remember that the reason why you have these new seafarers out there is because you need to provide vessels for them to get on board and work for you. So I want to thank you for taking time to share this special day with the seafarers who we look forward to becoming your employees in a short time from now. Let me also thank those, the Managing Director of NSML that came all the way from Bonny to be here on this day to share this very special occasion with you. We appreciate you most sincerely. I want to also thank the Honorable Minister who is unavoidably absent, but has sent a representative who has sat down here from the beginning of this occasion to the end. Want to say a very big thank you and to convey our thanks to the Honorable Minister of Transportation for his kindness to have graced this occasion, even though it's in proxy. We thank you very much. Same goes for the Honorable Minister of State, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Transportation, the Chairman of the Governing Board of NIMASA, the Distinguished Senator of the Maritime Distinguished Excellency, Distinguished Senator Goje, and our own in the House of Reps, Honorable Linda Chuba Bazu. I want to appreciate each and every one of them that has ensured that this day of the Seafarer 2021 was a huge success. I want to thank you very much for your time out here. There are mistakes that may have been made. I want to once again, on behalf of the agency, apologize, and I want you to take it as part of human errors that can occur. Maun, I'm not forgetting you. You came, you saw, but you are yet to conquer because you came bashing us. But don't forget that Nimasa and Maun, we are tongue and teeth. So we have to see again. So if you hit us outside, well, we'll go inside and discuss the remnants. But I want to thank your President General, Mr. Deyanju, who is not here, but I'm sure I've seen you there. Ipsoleto, thank you for coming around, and God bless you for gracing this occasion. Every other person, if I've not mentioned you by name, please, it is not an omission. It's just because I may not have remembered at this point, but I want to apologize, and at the same time, I appreciate you especially for coming. We hope to see you by this time next year, when once again, we'll be celebrating our Seafarers. Thank you very much, and God's blessings.
Thank you very much, sir, for thanking us very well. My Executive Director, Maritime, Labor, and Cabotage Services, is wearing two caps. The lower cap, South-South, is for Maritime Labor. The upper cap is for Cabotage Services. Let's appreciate him for thanking us in a very wonderful way. The national anthem, please. The national anthem. Late lunch is served. Late lunch is served. And my gentlemen of the media, the pen pushers, we shall be crossing over to the other hall. We have our lunch and we have our meeting. But for all invited guests, please, we shall proceed upstairs. But I'll request that we allow table 1 and 2, where you have the CEOs, the rep of the Home Minister, to please lead the way upstairs for late lunch. Congratulations to everybody who has been part of this program. For those viewing at home, it's time to sign out. God bless you. Please remember your phones, your laptops, your bags, your personal